बोर्ड लगा हुआ है इंडो वाला, गेट बना हुआ है उसका।
यहाँ बैठना तुम यहाँ बैठ समझ हाँ हाँ
नहीं नहीं
तो हो जाएगा लेकिन प्रिंसिपल को उसका दिले नहीं आया
पता नहीं चेक
Good morning everyone. I welcome you all to second Indo-Israel trauma course in mass casualty scenario. It's been overwhelming response for past 2 days and it is very rare that people ask for repeat lectures. That has happened here in the workshop and people keep on requesting us to accommodate in the lecture hall. It shows that our faculty from Israel is miraculous. Please, round of applause for them. Today, Faculty of Pediatrics has joined us. Professor Anku Singh sir, he is Deputy MS, Sir Sundarlal Hospital, Dr. Kanika, and rest of the department to attend the pediatric MCI, which will be taken by Dr. Hani Bahut. So I welcome sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you hear me? Yeah, yes. Good morning. This topic is about very unique and very special and very challenging group of patients. These are the pediatric patients. It's a pediatric patient in our emergency room as a regular day. This is a situation of emergency or a situation of mass casualty with pediatric patients. Pediatric patients, first of all, what is pediatric patients? These definitions, pediatric patients from day 1 to year 14 or 16 or 18 or wherever, these definitions are definitions of every hospital as the policy of that hospital or the policy of a specific country. You define what are the pediatric patients and what are the ages and the years and so on. A situation of mass casualty in pediatric patients can come from two scenarios. The first one is a group of pediatric injured patients or situation of mass casualty. It can happen due to a school bus accident with many pediatric, many childs and so on, that can come to our emergency room, something like 20 or 30 or 40, and this situation will be declared as a mass casualty incident. The other one is that it can be a combined group of patients, means adults and pediatric patients and the children. And this is the more common situation that we can face in to have and to manage a situation of pediatric mass casualty when it is combined with adults and pediatric injured patients. There are a lot of situations in all around the world that happen with mostly a pediatric mass casualty incidents or situations or events. This happened in Russia in 2004, many casualties that were especially children. It was a siege around the school, and after that penetrating injuries. A lot of pediatric injuries died, and the other ones came to hospitals around that area. In 2014, again, a terror attack on a school. Many of injured pediatric patients get into multiple emergency departments, but really something like more than 160, 170 injured pediatric patients came to 3 or 4 emergency departments, and that for sure a situation of mass casualty. The other one is something that happened in Israel in 2002, a situation of many pediatric mass casualty in Karnei Shomron that were injured with adults, but the number of the pediatric injured patients that came was considered to be high. Look what's happening in the United States around the school mass shootings, that it can happen every year and every maybe 6 to 7 months. Look at the number of the school shootings, around 190 events of school mass shootings in the United States. You can see the number of the casualties, more than 250, and it's going on, and most of these injured patients considered to be a pediatric injured patients with penetrating trauma. Mainly this was the main mechanism. So, and this is what's written and declared in the United States, that by the year of 2016, the leading cause of death for pediatric patients was the school mass casualties due to penetrating trauma due to the mass shootings in the United States. But there are many other situations that involve pediatric mass casualty incidents. What happened in the Sichuan earthquake in China, in Haiti, what's happening now in Turkey and in Syria, and these are the, you can see the pediatric patients are involved in the earthquake in Turkey and Syria before 3 weeks. And all of those situation highlighted the need for pediatric disaster preparedness. Most of us, when we talk about a mass casualty incidents, we talk about an adult mass casualty incidents and adult patients much more than pediatric patients. But what I said and presented till now, that there are many ongoing situations in all around the world that the pediatric injured patients are involved, and we need to be ready in our emergency rooms, and ready as doctors and nurses and staff to know how to deal with this situation of mass casualty. 25% of the globe populations are pediatrics, so means that the chance to have a pediatric injured patients, high numbers, is very, very high. The other thing that the morbidity and mortality at what you are seeing here, this is a table that was a summary of 10 years of terror attacks all around Israel, and you can see the numbers here, and this is specific for pediatric patients, and you can see that the ISS means the severity of injuries are much higher in situation of mass casualty incidents involving pediatric injured patients. The in-hospital mortality was much higher. The surgical procedures that were performed were much higher. So this situation is a very unique because of the group and because of those results that are presented here. We are familiar, as I said, with the adult. We are not familiar in most of the situation of pediatric injured patients, and the smaller and the younger the age, our knowledge and our skills and our experience is going down. It's not easy to take care of an infant of 1 month old or 1 year. These situations will be very challenging for all of us. And why they are so challenging? Because there are many differences between adults and between pediatric injured patients. So there are differences in the physiology, in the anatomy, in the psychology, on the communication that we can have with this group of patients, and also with our equipment that we use in our daily life as a staff, medical staffs, that the equipment need to change and need to be tailored to the ages, and that's all. And there are also some social situations that we need to deal when we are facing a situation of mass casualty incidents in pediatric group. The anatomy is very different, because all the organs, the solid organs, are much larger in proportion, yes, than the adults. All these organs are much closer to each other. The head-to-body ratio is much different than in our adult injured patients. The psychology is also very important in pediatric population, and they are much vulnerable for many of these situations. They will have much more PTSD and anxiety attacks than the adults. This is something very important that we need to take care of also. The social situations means that many of these pediatric patients will come and separated from their parents. And we need to look at this point that is very important when like 10 or 15 children will come to your emergency room and they have no supervision, what we need to do in that situation. The equipment, as I mentioned before, the equipment is so different about everything, about the cuffs of the blood pressure, about the chest tubes, about the tubes for the intubation and so on. Everything is different, and everything also inside that group will be different from 1 year to the other. So the other thing, and this is something maybe related to CBRN, because of the greater surface of the area of the skin, children and pediatric patients will absorb some materials like biological and chemical agents much more than the adults, and these things need to be considered and taken into our consideration. What about the pre-hospital? In the pre-hospital, first of all, it is something very interesting. And this is it was research that was done, and most of the pre-hospital EMSs in all around the world, all of us in all of the countries, we have we have a written plan for response of MCI in general. Only 13% of the EMS in all around the world, 13% have a situation and the protocols that are specific for pediatric patients. Only 13%. So there is a weakness here in our approach to the MCIs in pediatric patients. One of the very problematic situation is about the triage. How we do triage for pediatric patients. This is, as I said before, this is a very specific group of patients. Many of them cannot talk, maybe a lot of them cannot walk because of the ages. And how we do triage outside and inside outside the hospital and inside the hospital. And this is a problem because everybody, when we are doing triage, the expectation that we will do the triage the same for the adult patients and for the pediatric patients. And also many systems stress to keep the triage element similar for adult patients and for pediatric patients. Why? Because this is a better way to remember the things and not to go into confusion and to do to make many mistakes. Even if we use a pediatric algorithms that are very specific for pediatric patients, still we will have between 20 to 30% of over-triage. Over-triage means that we consider mildly injured patients or moderately injured patients as severely injured patients, okay, over-triage. And this over-triage, one of the problems that many other hospitals, that they don't deal with pediatric patients, many of them will transfer a lot of all those pediatric injured patients to maybe level 1 trauma center. So the triage element is problematic. Look how many triage algorithms we have in all around the world. It was published the last year. See how many algorithms we have for triage. The most important of them and the most common in use of them are the START, the jump start, the care flight, and the SALT. Look at these algorithms. This is the START triage algorithm. This is for the adults, and this is the same, but this is for the pediatric injured patients. It is not easy to remember, and it's not easy to go through all this algorithm. And see here, everything start here with patients that can walk or cannot walk. This is the jump start. Look here about how many details we have into this algorithm about the pediatrics. See here, for adults, less or more than 15, 2 seconds, more than, very complicated. Still, the point of entrance is if that pediatric patient can walk or not. This is the SALT that we use with the red and the green, and that is very, very used. We are using this a lot in our adult mass casualty incidents. Look like this one, the care flight algorithm, it's easier than the others, and look like that it is very efficient when we have a mass casualty incidents and we use this triage element. This algorithm is very simple. Still, the point of entrance is about walking or not walking injured pediatric patients. And this point is very problematic. Why? Because there are children that still cannot walk. Like if that child at the age of 6 or 7 and cannot walk, so directly and automatically that maybe it is mildly injured patient will go to a severely injured patient because of the point of walking or not walking. So we have other group, this group of patients, they have disabilities to walk. So about the walking, the starting point in all of those triage algorithms a little bit problematic, and we need to look and we need to take care of that when we are triaging the patients. What I recommend and what we are doing, I recommend the care flight because it's very easy and it is very short. Even that will start about walking and not walking, but it is very simple, and the mistakes there are it is very efficient, and to do mistakes there is very low. In the end of that paper, this was the summary, that we don't have any consensus what is the best triage algorithm that we can use, that we can take us to a very low number of over triage and under triage about walking and not walking. And this was the summary, that there is no most accurate triage system or algorithm in pediatric patient in MCI, but what we recommend is about the care flight. How we yes, and like in Israel and Rambam and so on, in our system, okay, how we can overcome most of these issues that they are very challenging here. First of all, about the pre-hospital, not all of the paramedics and all the EMS personnel are very efficient, and they are very skilled with the pediatric patients. So what we are doing, we are just life-saving procedures. All the other procedures will be done into the emergency room. We don't do any procedure for pediatrics outside the hospital, only the life-saving procedure. The equipment into the ambulances, every EMS ambulance equipped with resuscitation equipment for 2 children of any age. Okay? In our daily time, and this is the equipment that is very basic in every ambulance for the pre-hospital. The first evacuation needs to be to a hospital that can deal with pediatric group, pediatric patient, pediatric injured patient. If there is a situation of emergency, so that pediatric injured patients need to go to the nearest hospital to have at least the first care and the first involvement into any care to save lives. But in general, if the patient, there is no something emergent to do, the first priority and the first hospital that patient needs to get is a hospital with the skills, the doctor, nurses, and the operating rooms, and everything that can deal with pediatric injured patients. Who will do the triage? You will decide who will do the triage for pediatric injured patients. Experienced surgeons, experienced pediatric surgeon, emergency physician that is very familiar with the pediatric injured patients. The vital signs are not taken on the point of triage in the hospital, and what we recommend is the care flight triage algorithm to use in the entrance of the hospitals. In the emergency room, what we are doing in our hospital in situation of mass casualty with pediatric injured patients, they will go to the general emergency room. They will not gonna go to the pediatric emergency room. Why we are doing this? Because it is bigger facility. Everything, all the facilities around that we need, like the imaging, the blood bank, and operating rooms, are very close to our general emergency room. The other thing that we are very familiar with our general emergency room to deal with mass casualty incidents. So in that situation, the situation of emergency, mass casualty for pediatrics will be managed in our general emergency room. If this is a combined scenario, means adults and pediatric MCI, again, this situation will be dealt with in our general emergency room, but we will separate the adult injured patients from the pediatric injured patients, and we will take a site or a room or a space in our general emergency room, and we will separate the two groups of adults and pediatric patients. The staff that will take care, doctors and nurses, the staff will be combined also of doctors and nurses, in a general emergency room, and from pediatric emergency room, doctors and nurses will come to the general emergency room, and they will take care of the pediatric injured patients. There are other issues about, as I said in the beginning, one of the differences is about the psychosocial situations. In pediatric mass casualty incidents, every child without any supervision will be accompanied by one of our staff. You will be with that injured pediatric patient all the time till we can reunion the family. All the pediatric psychologists and the social worker will be called to the emergency room. All the unidentified pediatric patients will be photographed we have a special program, computerized program called EDM, to photograph every unidentified patients. Also, we do this for the adult patients, but it's much more important for pediatric patients. We are looking for the family to reunion the family, and there is a very crucial point about the media, to inform the media because of the public anxiety in this situation about the situation, about the event, about what's going into our emergency room and that specific hospital. But the supervision of the child is very important. The pediatric psychologist and social worker will be into the emergency room, and we are taking photographs for all the patients in our emergency room. The equipment, very important about the equipment. We are using, this is the Breslow tab that everything is written there, that we can use it, very, very simple to use. And the other thing, this is our the trauma shock room. In our trauma shock room, there is always a card that is designated for pediatric patients. What you see written here on this drawer are the weight, like from 0 to 5 kilograms and going on, because this is the way that we are treating, and this is the way that the Breslow tape is designed. So our card is designed by the Breslow tape. The other thing, look here, this is our, again, look here, if you can see it here, okay, this is what is written here. It is about pediatric patients. This is in our trauma shock room. And this is also designated only in a situation of mass casualty incident. When we have a mass casualty incident of pediatric patient, we will open this part of the equipment, and we can see inside. It goes also again by the weight of the patient from 0.5 and going up. When we have here all the equipment that we need for intubation, A, B, C, especially A, B, and C, and it is by the weight of that patient as written in the Breslow tape. Also, you can see here that this is our storage room, the MCI storage room, that we have all these cards. Gila already mentioned this, but in every card like this, we have also equipment for pediatric patients. So the equipment is there, is ready. Beforehand, we know where is in our carts, where is the equipment for any pediatric patients, and also this for any MCI with pediatric patients. And here we have, in every cart like this, we have all the equipment that we need to take care of the A, B, and C situations by weight of that child. It looks like. About the training, I mentioned before that most of the one of his relatives, her relatives, or parents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Michael Habethal to talk about Rambam Fortified Underground Emergency Hospital. It is an exceptional facility that you will know after this lecture. So please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so we are on the last day, and what I'm going to tell you about the lecture is our solution for the issues that we are facing. Now, we said all along this workshop, and one of our philosophies is that basically you cannot copy and paste a solution from one institute to another institute. Even inside India, you cannot have the solution that you develop for here, for BHU, to develop that AIMS has, because the facility is different, sometimes the SOPs are different, so you have to tailor-make the issues to your own needs. But the reason that I'm showing you this is, first, I think that this is an amazing facility for you to just to see. But there are two take-home messages from this. The first take-home messages is that the commitment that all of us, and I've said it many times during the last couple of days, the commitment that all of us has to our patients. And the solution that you see over here now, it's a solution that us, the management of the hospital, decided to do after we did our risk assessment. And initially it was even not supported by the government. But we thought that we are committed to give medical care to the citizens of Israel and the northern part of Israel in every scenarios. And we cannot look at the patient and say, sorry, we cannot deliver. We have to deliver in every scenario and to do our best. The second take-home message from this is the fact that the innovation on this. We had two issues that we had to give solution for. One is the fortification. The second one was a parking lot. We took the two issues and we combined a solution. And this is, it's not a parking lot that converts into a hospital. This is a hospital with all the infrastructure there that during regular days is a parking lot. So let us start. Oops, we finished. Oh no, okay. So again, what you see in this picture is the campus, and you can see that this is the medical faculty over here, and basically the campus is what you see over here. As you see, we don't have the Ganga next to us, we have the Mediterranean, so right by the sea. And you see the campus is basically has three components in this. This is the old campus, this is the new campus over here, and this is two old buildings, two monasteries that are now part of the hospital. So this is the current hospital. But when you go and talk about a facility and solution, the first thing that you need to do initially is sit and make your risk assessment. This is extremely important, and there is the UN discussed this, and you can see that there is lots of influences between the different components, the exposure, the hazards, the vulnerability, and you have to take and this is something that you have to do continuously, make your own risk assessment, right? And the risk assessment consists of many things. First, what is your vulnerability? Looking at, for instance, if in Varanasi there is like some other places around the world, you go now to South Africa, and every day, 3, 4, 6, 8 hours, you have no electricity, right? So this is a major thing that you have to put in your risk assessment. If you're in a country like now Turkey that had an earthquake, right? So this is a major risk assessment that you have to make, right? If you are in South Asia and you have risk of tsunami. So this is part of the thing that you need to take in a risk assessment. If you have difficulties in getting some oxygen to your hospital, this is part of your risk assessment. So when you do risk assessment, you have to consider many things. Obviously, now it's very relevant issues of pandemia. You know, in 2019, nobody really discussed pandemias because it was something there. We know that pandemia can happen. In the history of mankind, we had some pandemias, but now everybody after COVID knows what pandemia means. Obviously, natural disasters, there's earthquake, landslides, tsunamis, and many others. Man-made disasters, so obviously, you know, terrorism and all the rest, like what Hani was talking about. Also, we discussed all the infrastructure causes that you have. So this is obviously very important. Weather conditions. So if you have, like in south of or southwest of the United States, episodes of hurricanes, and we all know what happened in New Orleans and other. So this is something that you have to take into consideration. Then, you know, there are other political issues. There can be, you know, if you have unions and you have many strikes, so we know if the technicians in the hospitals and the orderlies or the labs have a strike, it's very difficult for us to give medical care. So this is obviously something that you have to look into that. And now, well, cyber attack. You know, about last year, one of the hospitals in Israel had a cyber attack, and still now, more than a year after the cyber attack, they still didn't really recuperate from that, because what they've done, they got control on all the computers of the hospital and all the databases. And we had a discussion between us a couple of nights ago, and we know if somebody would want to do, especially our system and our hospital is extremely computerized, right? We don't have any more paperwork or on the day-to-day basis. I saw that here you still use papers, but we are a paper-free hospital. So, and all the system is connected to computers. And you cannot see x-rays, you cannot get lab results, you cannot ask for anything if we are under cyber attack. And we know that one of the things is that basically, truthfully, I think we cannot prevent cyber attack. If a 12-year-old child is bored somewhere around the world, he probably can penetrate Rambam. If they manage to penetrate the Pentagon, they will penetrate Rambam. So I think that we have to invest more, for instance, in how we recuperate from a cyber attack, how how fast it will take us to upload our data, how do we secure our data more than prevention of cyber attack. So obviously this is a bit old, and I'm showing you this because the way that they presented it is different. Now that I'll show you in a minute, they're presenting it somewhere differently, less obvious. But this is the World Economic Forum Global Risk Assessment report for 2018. You can find it in the internet. It's there. And what you see over here, just according to the color scheme, so you can see that, you know, just looking at the color scheme, you can see that, you know, it changes all the time. And this is globally. So you have to start globally and then go and drill down to your own facility, nationally, and then to your own facility. And just to give you all the green that we can see, more green on the right side, is all the issues of weather condition. And so once you have done your own risk assessment, you have to decide where do you invest in. So who has the most probability and the most impact? And once again, you can see that most of them, right, is weather conditions. Obviously, some stuff changes. This is how it looks now, a little bit different than it used to be, and you can have a risk assessment, immediate, moderate times, and long, looking 10 years ahead of risk assessment. So this is one of the things that is very important for every hospital to deal with, to do their own risk assessment. And then there is another term that you have to be familiar with, is a cascade disasters. If we have now two buses collide, right, and there is an accident, we have 60 casualties, 80 casualties, they come into the hospital, they are here, and this is it, because the event started with the accident, and it will finish once you have all the casualties being evacuated into the medical facilities. But sometimes the initial event is only the beginning of many, many, many small events, right? So, for instance, if you have an earthquake, right? So obviously the initial event is the earthquake, right? But then later on you have power shortage, you have issues with water supplies, you have issues with roads that are being blocked, and so many, many issues, or it can be a lengthy episode. For instance, in 2006, we were under attack, we war with Lebanon, and the war lasted basically 31 days, right? So in the summer of 2006, and we had missiles falling around the hospital. I'll show you in a minute. So obviously the issue is the missile attack. But the fact that this was for 31 days, we had to deal with so many other issues that missile attack created, not connected to the missile attack. For instance, transportation of the staff to the hospital, right? Because it was very dangerous to drive in the roads. The fact that none of the community services were working, so we had to give solution for that, right? And getting supplies, it was a very big issue. So a very important way of thinking is thinking about the cascade cascade disasters and lengthy mass casualty scenarios. So during this war, you see Haifa this is the Bay of Haifa. Rambam located, as you saw before, at the end of the Bay of Haifa. And all the dots that you see around is where missiles were falling around us. And it was seriously a pure luck that none of the missiles hit the hospital. We are next to a naval port, and only one missile hit one of the parking lots. Because at the time, 2006, this was the first time that the home front was attacked, and none of the hospital was protected. None of the hospital was fortified. I was in this war, as I told you before, the chief of triage. Hani and Gila, we all were working in the hospital, right? And the emergency room was not protected, the hospital was not protected, we were not safe, the patients were not safe, the casualties were not safe, and we used to treat patients, and wasp missiles came in batches of 6, and the buildings were shaking. But we continued to treat patients. And the only solution that we had at the time was a very small area underground that we finished construction. It was still full with gravel. We evacuated the gravel, put some temporary infrastructure, and we transported patients over there. And this is how it looked like. Like old movies from Second World War, the Krieg Blitz in London. And obviously this is not the way to treat patients like this. So we had to change our strategic plan, and think a little bit differently. So at the end of the war, we sat together and we made some assumptions, right? First, we know that we are in the area that we're doing now risk assessment, that military conflicts is there all the time. By the way, also in India, you have military conflicts with Pakistan, but it's on the other side. This is probably not Varanasi's issues, but cities around there, it was an issue at least. I don't know what's happening there. But we know in our area, so military conflicts are frequent, are going to be lengthy, and the weapons are getting to be better and better and more accurate. Obviously, we have no influence to determine the kind of confrontation, if it be conventional or non-conventional. We know for a fact, and this is all over the world, that the home front is the target. We saw the details that Hani was showing. Children are the targets. Cities are targets for terrorism. And many other things. So we know that we are part of the targets. Later on, we understood that there are lots of non-military emergencies, like infection, natural, industrial, and the rest, and we talked about some of them later on. What you see in the picture down here, so you see here the medical faculty just next to us, and you can see those round areas are missiles falling into the sea just 100 meters from us. So as I said, it was pure luck. And the solution that we had at the time, just to show you a very short clip. There is no audio? No audio? Well, this is the underground area that we used at the time. You can see how it looked like. The music for this is Ave Maria. The Ave Maria, so it's really funny that you put Ave Maria for a clip like this. But this is how it looked like, right? So, only infrastructure, patient on a patient. Sometimes in your emergency room looks like this, almost every day. But in Israel, it was very difficult, and we had to think differently. So, the basic idea around all of this is that we said that we have the commitment, that we have to be able to operate under all circumstances. We cannot sit and talk to our patients and say, sorry, it's not good for us today. We know that the staff and the patients have the right protection, like the government decides what kind of protection. And physical protection costs quite a lot, right? Though the extent of the protection has to be decided by the regulator, by the officials, still it's our problem. We cannot wait for them to make those decisions. So what we have done, 2 issues. The first thing that we've done immediately is new emergency room. And now our new emergency room that was opened already in 2009 is totally protected, fortified, conventional and non-conventional. Later on, in parallel, what we have done, we have decided to build an underground hospital. This is the largest underground hospital in the world of 2,000 beds. Totally protected, conventional and non-conventional. So, when we talk about the scenarios, we know that when we talk about military confrontation, we know that most of the time in our area there is less risk of chemical warfare, but still we have to be ready for that. We know that community services in full scale conventional will deteriorate, and they won't be able to supply therapies. we know that non-conventional, it can be primary or secondary, meaning though the risk of non-conventional in our area reduced dramatically because of many other reasons, but still in the area of Haifa, it's an industrial area, and until recently we had huge storage of ammonia, and you need a regular rocket by mistake hitting by one of those storage areas, and you have chemical episode. And then we know that we have all the other issues. Sometimes we need small-scale isolation, like Ebola. I will show you COVID later on, and all kind of special mission and other major disasters. And we organize ourselves according to the level of the alert. The government decides what level of alert we have to keep. We know that once there is a military confrontation, we reduce the activity, regular activity of the hospital. We know that we'll be able to discharge at least over 30% of our patients because most of the elective procedure will not be done. We have to evacuate cars from the parking lot. We said before that the parking lot is, on regular days, is used for cars. We have to organize the emergency room, and I'll talk about later the time frame, and we have to mobilize the equipment and the wards. The idea is, if you remember, Rambam is 1,100 beds hospital. In case of military confrontation, we have to give solution for 1,400 patients, and the idea is that basically all the hospital, in the wards, all the equipment, patients, and staff, taking everything down to the underground. And obviously it takes time, but I'll explain to you how it's being done. So we talk about bed capacity. We have to change the configuration of the beds. In the case of a war, you need more trauma bed, more orthopedic beds, more burn beds. So we have to supply this. We work in bulks. We are trying to create a generic solution like that everybody is used to. For instance, a ward is 24 beds, so we know that we increase the amount of capabilities in surge capacity according to those. We are trying to use the same organic stuff, especially in an episode like this. The fact that you know each other, you're becoming more efficient. So at least initially, we work with the same organic staff, cohorting, isolated patient and ventilated patient, and the approach is similar for the medical staff and all for the administrative staff. And we go through phases, less important, and we had to build SOPs and checklists, and this we've done for a while. We built lots of steering committees that have done this, less important, and every unit, not only clinical, have the red book that if something happens, and in the overheads we say that we have to get ready for mobilization into the underground. They open the red book. They don't have to remember anything. They just open the red book and go according to a checklist, one after the other, and they will be ready. And obviously during the years, we practice it quite a lot. So looking at the actual underground hospital, every level is above 20,000 square meters, so it's over 60,000 square meters. Level -1 is basically only protected conventionally, and so the area can be used all for triage, because our reference scenario by the IDF in case of a military confrontation, that we have to be ready for a war of 35 days that will have missiles falling around the hospital every 4 minutes. 35 days, every 4 minutes missiles. So if this is the case, and we have patients being evacuated to the hospital, we cannot do the offloading of the ambulances and the triage at the open. We have to do it underground. If we will have a non-conventional warfare, the area of -1 is also for decontamination. So you can see in the area for decontamination, so you can see the yellow line. So this is contaminated area. Ambulances are coming like this, offloading the patient. This is an area that you do the decontamination for lying patient that they cannot walk. If they can walk, they walk by themselves into the showers, take off their clothes, have a shower, and put obviously hospital gowns, and then move themselves behind the yellow line. So this is the clean area, dirty area, and we work like this. When we go to -2, -2 divided to 2 areas. So this area is only conventional, and this area is both conventional and non-conventional. So this area used for outpatient clinic, daycare, and also daycare for the children of the staff. Because if we expect the staff to come and work, we have to give solution for the children. Then they need to know that the family are safe. So we have a huge facility for the children of the staff or family of the staff that can be there. And the idea is that if something happens and there is a non-conventional, we can walk from this area to that area without any problem. And in this area, there are about 600 beds. -3. So -3 is basically all of Rambam is going to -B. It can have about 1,400 beds. It's huge, the facility. It's very big. And you can see the layout. You have 4 operating rooms, intensive care, all this area, all the delivery rooms over here. Over here, dialysis center. We know that in 2006, one of the problem of chronic patient, for instance, dialysis patient, because the community services were not working, and we had to supply them with dialysis. So on a day-to-day basis, we have 35 positions for dialysis. But in case of war, we have 95 positions in the emergency room, in the emergency underground hospital. And basically all the clinics in the community, if there's something will happen, will bring their equipment, will bring the staff and the patient, and be able to use this and continue to give therapies to the staff that they are doing on regular days. So need all the staff. One of the things that we have to find a solution, we know that in case of emergency, there'll be about 8,000 people on the ground, 2,000 patients, 3,000 staff, families. So you have to find a solution for washrooms and toilets. So we have special areas. It's a regular parking lot on regular days. Over here on the wall, you can see there's a place that you put toilets or you put showers, right? And there are about 280 toilets and showers across this facility. And if you look at the ceilings and then the walls, there's lots of infrastructure, 7 energy rooms, and basically in case of emergency, we can close the door for 3 days and be self-sufficient, totally self-sufficient with no help from the outside. And you see when you open panels in the wall, you can see this is the wall on a regular days. But once you open the panels, this is what you have underneath them. And later on, we use it also for biological hazard. This is in 2014, they initially thought about Ebola, but this was SARS stent. They were not good enough for Ebola. We had to change them, but this is part of the drill that we have made at this time. And this is a special Ebola tent that we can use, that the patient needs to know if we'll have Ebola. Luckily, no Ebola was at Israel, but we have to keep a patient in isolation for 21 days. And we need all the labs together, so it's very complicated. So I think. So this is, I'll show you 2 video clips to finish. So this is a drill that we made in 2014. Parking lot, this is how it looks like.
We are seeing small villages that are outside of the south of Beirut that right now are absorbing a massive population shift as these people are seeking refuge in safer ground. By over 10 times the size they were 2 weeks ago.
שלום לכולם, בית החולים קיבל הנחיה להעלות את רמת הכוננות. אנחנו צריכים להיערך לפינוי המחלקה ברגע שתתקבל ההנחיה ממטה החירום של בית החולים.
Number of villages that we're working in have populations that have increased by over 10 times the size they were 2 weeks ago. Villages with 5,000 people now have 50,000 people. They don't have water to run dry. That means they can't flush the toilets, they can't bathe. We're looking at a possibility of a real sanitation and health problems in just a few days. They will just save 5 lives.
Israeli Defense Forces fired a Shamoos anti-tank guided missile at a Syrian post in the southern Golan Heights. There were no casualties on the Israeli side. The Syrian post was destroyed. Armed Syrians were wounded. Following the incident, construction of the northern border fence was halted. Army presence in the area has been increased, with the IDF on high alert. Newly appointed Defense Minister Moshe Yaalon said Israel viewed shooting from Syria with severity and would not allow the Syrian army or any other element to violate Israeli sovereignty.
For the first time, though, Israel has responded by firing shots into Syria. They completed something. The UN and complaints incidents in the past 8 days where some of that stuff was going on for Syria that was infected with Golan Heights. The first was on last Saturday. 3 tanks
And this is what you talked about, the toilets. This is how it looks like. Above this, we've built also other, the Children's Hospital, Ruth Rappaport, Fishman Oncology, the Eyal Ofer Cardiovascular, and the Hemsley Research and Discovery. And we transfer from parking to a hospital within time frame. So what is the time frame? We know now that depends on the scenario. If there is a military confrontation, we can arrange area by area, and we can start transport patients within 8 hours, full capacity within somewhere between 48 to 72 hours. But when we talk about, for instance, like COVID, when the COVID, the problem is that you have to get everything ready, because once you have the first patient down there, it's becoming contaminated. We have to do everything from the beginning, so it takes about somewhere between 48 to 72 hours to get all the facility ready before we enter the first patient. Some pictures, and I think that, and I want to show you another drill that we've made. You see video clips from 2006 war. This is all clips.
שלום רב לכם, דיווחים על נפילת קטיושות במפרץ חיפה סמוך לקריית ים, ממש לפני דקות אחדות אנחנו יכולים...
This is Haifa. Sigila, working. And now that we have the solution, this is the drill, that we check many things during the drill. We have to prepare the underground hospital, toilets and showers, sinks. We drilled there was direct hit of one of the hospitals before we managed to take patients down. How you evacuate the patients in case of a sudden attack. Everything is according to SOPs and a checklist. This is the shock trauma room that we talked about it before. This is the underground hospital. This is how it looks like. Moving the wards into the underground. Station unit or nursing station. We can move our headquarters from one area to another according to the need of fortification. This is the headquarters. Ambulances are going underground and offload underground. Triage. Teams are waiting in the shock trauma room. Honey. Trauma coordinators. You see everybody wear aprons, different color aprons according to their role. We sit together in the headquarters with the army, with the EMS, with the police and the fire brigade. This us in our own headquarters. All the logging and the data is computerized. And obviously at the end of the drill, we do drill.
So this is Rambam 45 Underground Emergency Hospital. So I'm sure you are curious to know more about it. So any questions from the audiences?
They are shy. Okay.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Gila to talk about role of nursing coordinator in triage and emergency in multi-casualty incident. Gila.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm very happy to talk again. Yesterday I didn't have any lecture. I was very sorry about it, but and I felt that nobody see me. So now I'm on the stage, and now nurses on the stage. So in this lecture I was asked to speak about the role of the nurses coordinator during mass casualties. So first, it's important to understand that a trauma nurse coordinator, it's not something that we have everywhere. Not a lot of hospital has a trauma nurse coordinator. As far as I've seen here, you have. And I'll talk about the role, but I'll talk about all the nurses' role during mass casualties. So first, I would like to dedicate my lecture. Yes, it's not working. To my first boyfriend. He was killed in a mass casualty accident in Haifa. This was a very big mass casualty in Maxim restaurant, where a suicide bomber lady went inside the restaurant and she killed herself, bombed herself, killing him, and unfortunately killing his family members. So he was dead together with his son, his mother, his father, and his nephew. So I always dedicate my lecture for him about this issue. So these are his kids. This one was killed, and this one went blind, and she burned a lot of burns. So it's a whole family that destroyed in a mass casualty. Speaking about trauma coordinators, so in Israel it's a new term. The first trauma coordinator in Israel role was initiated in 1996. I was very honored to be the first trauma coordinator and to go to the States in order to learn how to work as a trauma coordinator. The role definition of a trauma coordinator is here. It's important to look at it because this role will be changed for mass casualty, because as we all told you, what works in peacetime will work very good in mass casualty. So as you can see here, the trauma coordinator responsible for managing and organizing the activities of the trauma unit, including planning, training, coordinating, controlling the treatment of the casualties and the families until rehabilitation. So this is the role of the trauma coordinator. And when we go to mass casualty event, here you can see that the trauma unit work together with nurses, physicians, and multidisciplinary teams. All of them work together in mass casualty. So I will go over the role of the trauma coordinator, and I will emphasize that the important role is quality improvement. So what the trauma coordinator will do together with the trauma director is to assure that the care will be done in the most quality way. So as we heard here, mass casualty incidents, there's a lot of challenges. There is a lot of mass casualty events. It can be conventional, it can be explosion, radiological, toxicological. In each event, when there is a physical trauma, the trauma coordinator will be involved. But you will not be alone. As you can see here, you can see that we work together with so many team players, with the security, with the emergency headquarters. We work together in the delayed area, secondary triage, ICU, wards, imaging, operating room, everywhere when we have a trauma patient, the trauma coordinator will be there. And if we go for zoom in, we can see that we work with the hospital headquarters, as Mickey showed you. We are in cooperation with the nursing headquarters, with the logistic headquarters, and the human resources. So what I will do, I will go over the timeline and I will explain what we do in every aspect of time. It's important to understand that in the internal circle, I work together with the trauma unit director, the emergency department head nurse, and all the hospital site directors. We work together in order to plan the treatment. So here, I'm going to show you the timeline. So you can see from the minute of preparation until the patient will be admitted, the treatment phase, until the end of the patient admission, completion of the treatment, and debriefing. In every spot of time, we have different role of the trauma coordinator. So I'll follow with you every step. So first, when we receive the notification, a very important part of our role is to see that the nurse that got the notification will now open the checklist and will start to notify everybody. Because if she will make a mistake in this critical minute, we will not be ready. So it's important that the minute we are notified, and in Israel we are notified on 29% of the scenarios. So we will get notified and we will start to organize the system. So what will we do when the patient arrives? First, we meet with all the nurses and doctors, and as I've seen at your place, everybody is assigned to a bed. So we don't want people moving around. Everybody is ready, everybody has its own role, and now in these critical minutes we stop and everybody will talk about the role. So I might say I'm nurse number 1. When the patient will arrive, I will connect him into the oxygen, I will take his vital signs, okay? And nurse number 2 can say, I will assist the physician if he needs intubation, this will be my role. It's very important, we call these minutes golden minutes. If you take some time in these minutes and you talk about what you're going to do, it will be easier for you to work together. So we also involved in team training and simulation. As Mickey showed you, during the war, our teams that came to help us inside the emergency room were teams from different departments. And all of them were ready because we simulate again and again and again. Every month the team come to the emergency room and simulate how they're going to work in mass casualty. It gives them self-confidence and they will know what to do. Otherwise, the situation will not be very easy. So we organize the treatment and we ensure the readiness and we start working. So you've asked me to speak about the triage. So nurses usually in peacetime will do triage. Only nurses will do triage. Patient will come, they will decide on which area he will do. They will decide how immediate the patient is. During mass casualty, nurses will not do triage. Usually, as Mickey told you, the physicians will do the triage. Sometimes they will be accompanied by a nurse. If we have a problem and we don't have physicians, nurses will do the triage. But usually the triage is done by the doctors. Nurses will do triage inside the site. If I'm walking now inside the shock trauma room and I have 11 patients, I need to triage the site. While the patients are already there, somebody needs to decide who will go first to the operating room, who will go first to the CT scan. So here we help to triage the patients with the director of the trauma services. So it's important to understand that during the treatment phase, until the end of the treatment, we manage the care of the critical care patients. We see that everything was done accordingly. So when I say quality of care, we just look and see. You did A, you did B, C, D, E. Did you write down everything? Did you give the medication? What is the next step? You cannot leave the emergency room without the permission of the trauma nurse coordinator, and usually we do it together with the trauma director. Otherwise, we will have bottlenecks. We cannot send everybody to the CT or to the operating room. We will have a jam of patients. Also, it's important to say that in mass casualty, there is one way movement of the patients. They will not go to the emergency room, leave to the imaging, and come back to the emergency room. It's only one way. So the minute they leave the emergency room, they will go for the next step until they will be hospitalized or they will wait in a different areas. So patients that are unstable, these patients need to be monitored, and on these patients we need to bring the trauma director, the physicians, to decide, okay? These patients need special attention before somebody decides to leave them, because you don't want people to die on the way inside the hospital. This is wrong to take them out if they are not stable. Otherwise, the doctor said they will go to the operating room, to the ICU, or to the angio suite. So we assist, clinical assistance. So towards the completion of the treatment, when the patients stop coming to the emergency room, the role of the trauma coordinators go on. We don't stop there. We don't belong only to the emergency room. We will start to do rounds with the physicians and start to look again at the patients. Everybody got their x-rays, everybody that needs the ICU is already there. We'll go inside the operating room. We will see what is the program about the operating room, how many patients need to be operated. We'll go again with the trauma director and we will try to sort the patients. Who is critical? Maybe the hospital needs to send some of the patients outside because we don't have enough spaces in the operating room. So here we do a secondary triage, meaning that we would like to see that all the patients are now waiting for the next phase, and we triage them according to the amount of patients. Because if 10 patients are waiting for the operating room, we need to decide to triage the patients and decide who will go first, who will go after, who cannot wait and need to be moved to another hospital. So this is very important to do the secondary triage. So after the completion of the treatment, we go and assess again the patients. Usually we'll go with the doctors to each and every department and see again the patients. And then we will do assessment and we will have a tertiary triage, tertiary assessment. Meaning we go again, check the patient from head to toes. We want to see that we didn't miss any injury. Sometimes when it is very crowded, when a lot of patients arrive, we want to see that we did the whole checkout and we didn't miss anything. Sometimes you find out that you missed broken arm or you missed something else, and then you need to take it into consideration and decide again what to do. So all the coordination of imaging, operations, hospitalization, and in order to support the staff, it will be done after the patient will stop coming to the hospital. Towards the completion of the treatment, as I said before, it's very important to support the team. We never let the team go out from the emergency room, go back to the departments. We want to stop 1 minute and discuss what happened, why. This is very important in order that we will not have people that will think that they had a bad job. Because I know I was in your hospital, and there's a big difference to work in the ICU when you are one nurse for 2 patients, or to work in the ward, than to come to mass casualty like yesterday. When you are crowded with full of patients and you are stressed, so afterwards somebody needs to discuss. So the debriefing is very important because we will see what we did. How much things we did good, how much things we did went not so good, and we need to improve. And usually this is important because everybody talk. And when everybody talk, you can support everybody before they leave and think about post-traumatic stress reaction. You want to help your teams to feel good. Afterwards, we run the debriefing. The trauma coordinator organizes the medical debriefing. This is very important. So we will present every patient that arrived for the mass casualty. We will present him for the multidisciplinary team. We will talk about what we did, and then sometimes during the debriefing, we will find some mistakes so we can correct. Sometimes during the debriefing, we can plan more interventions because all the multidisciplinary teams sit together. We also go to the logistical debriefing, and we might go also for the pre-hospital debriefing. We help them. Because if Guy brought patients to Rambam, we would like to give him a feedback. This patient that arrived and you've put him in the emergency department, the tube was not correctly done. Or maybe he was suffering a lot of pain. So they would like to have their feedback also. So the debriefing is very important, and we do it also inside the emergency department. So now, when we come to the area of stopping or finishing the treatment, we will be involved in the patient discharge. Some of the patients can be discharged home, most of them not. We will walk to the public information center, which is very important place. Social worker work there. A lot of families will come, they will ask questions and want to see their family members. So we will help them. We will escort them, and we will go together and show them the family member and explain everything about the treatment. Of course, we will support the families. So let's see some lessons that we learned, the trauma coordinators all over the country. We shared it together, what we learned about our experience. So first, and I will say it again and again, don't invent something else. Things that work good in peacetime will work good in mass casualty. This is why you use the same places. This is why the same people will work together. And this is why the trauma coordinator, she in charge on quality of care in peacetime, she will do it also in mass casualty. What else did we learn? So we learned about the circulating nurse. I told you about her. This nurse that can help the teams inside the emergency department. We learned that we need to advance the quality of the clinical care. This is why these nurses will help the recruited nurses to see that they know how to operate the intubation, they know how to treat the injured patient in the area of the emergency room. Damage control operation is also very important. It's important to go together with the physicians, the trauma director, and to see whether some of the operations need to be stopped in order to stabilize the patient. So this is another term. Sometimes the physician will go on in the surgical efforts, and the patient will not be stable, and the patient will be deteriorating, and it needs to stop the operation, take the patient to the ICU, stabilize the patient, and then come back again to the operating room. So this is something that we learn. It's important. In order to manage the patients, we have created a computerized program. The computerized program that we have in Rambam help us to manage the patients in peacetime, but also, of course, during mass casualty. So I want to show you a little bit of the data that we accumulate in our computerized system. So this is the Rambam's EMR system, and it's a system that works everywhere. You can see here the wards, OR, ED, everything practically is computerized. When we deal now with the computerized system, we just now in middle of developing a new computerized software on our telephones or iPad, where the trauma coordinator can use this telephone, can use the information in order to do the triage of the next steps. So it is now that we are able to locate the department. This is what is written here. After we locate the department, we can locate the patient, and I try to show you. So when we locate the patient, we will see the injured status. We would like to see what the is it hemodynamically stable, any missing consultation, any imaging that we need to go and do, any comments or remark, and then we can just see what we are going to do with the patient, whether he is going to be discharged or he need to complete the treatment. This is very easy. So in 1 minute you can see all the patients that are waiting. Before, until now, we used to do it by handwriting. Now we can bring all the information together. So we use also this computerized system. So this computerized system is connected to the registration system of the hospital, and every minute the hospital headquarters can go and see how many patients in ER, what their condition, how many patients are hospitalized, discharged, and the different conditions. So it drills down the information for the different departments, type of injuries and severity. Also, you can see here that we have a lot of information, how many operating rooms are available, how many beds we have in the ICU, and other information that help us to manage. So, another item is to coordinate with the multidisciplinary staff. It's so important because you need to talk. If you're not talking, so you cannot move the treatment. We go for the tertiary round for all the patients, as I said, in order to find missed injuries. And sometimes we are in interaction with another hospitals because we need to do family reunion. In a mass casualty, a whole family can be injured. Some of the patients will come to our hospital, some of the patients will go to other hospitals. So we try to reunion them. We ask them to come to one hospital, so a mommy can be with her injured child, or a couple can be together. Families will be reunion inside one of the hospitals. So we work together towards this. So we learn that the most important issue is to collaborate with the pre-hospital systems, with the army, you can see here, with the police, with everybody that can help in mass casualty. The secondary triage might be done in order to move patients to another hospital if the situation is very problematic, complex, and we have too many patients. We will have to send some of the patients outside the hospital. Here again, the trauma coordinator together with the trauma director will go to the different sites and they will send the patients out. So to summarize my presentation, when you work in trauma as a trauma coordinator, and I've seen here, the trauma coordinator has a lot of knowledge about problems of the hospital. What are the bottlenecks of the hospital? Where is the places that we need to look again and see that we don't have any problems with patients? Open the bottleneck in order to make the treatment better. So this is the role of the trauma coordinator, and actually if you see here, so this is Chen and Svetlana. These are two trauma coordinators that we work together, and you can see here the role of the trauma coordinator to help the treated severely injured, to supervise the use of imaging and services and operating room, to coordinate the medical debriefing, to support the families, and to perform the secondary triage. So I think the take-home message of me is to work as a team. This makes the difference. You learn here as a team. This makes the difference. Physicians sit together with the nurses, together with people that work in the pre-hospital, so everybody has the same lessons and everybody understands everything. So again and again and again, the role of trauma coordinator is to ensure the quality of care, to ensure the teamwork, and work towards perfection in professional care. So thank you very much.
Any questions? I'm very pleased to announce this, that our faculty from Rambam wants to honor our Deputy Nursing Superintendent Pushpa Minj ji. So I would like Pushpa Minj ji to please come on the dais. थैंक यू। पुष्पा जी, आप कुछ बोलना चाहती हैं?
थैंक यू कविता मैम। ये मेरे लिए फर्स्ट टाइम है और इतना अच्छा ब्रीफिंग हमारे गेस्ट जो है ब्रीफिंग दे रहे हैं। आई थिंक मेरे नर्सिंग ऑफिसर एंड सीनियर नर्सिंग ऑफिसर को बहुत ही अच्छा लगा, हमें तो बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। देन मोर लर्निंग हमारे ट्राइज स्टाफ के लिए और हमारे नर्सिंग ऑफिसर के लिए मोर ट्रेनिंग मिला, अच्छा लर्निंग मिला। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Gila, for wonderful presentation. And actually, your concept of giving a boost to my staff, my nursing officers, and it's not a gesture. I think when you come after 4-5 years, you will see the sea change between the coordinator system here. Am I sure? So ये बात हम लोग को रखनी पड़ेगी कि the first message we have to take, that is in coordination. And how we'll achieve this coordination? By merging our egos. We work only for patients. That's a simple formula. We work only for patient. And how we can achieve this? Just see the patient like your own brother and father. We are not clerical babus here. If some resident writes down the X-ray and he goes to some other patient, we can ask them, what was anybody, कि इसको आप ले जाओ X-ray करा के ले आओ। So हमें ये छोटी छोटी चीज के देखना है और हम लोग बहुत कैपेबल हैं। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है आप लोग आए हो इतने संडे को, हाउसफुल है ये तो, और हम लोग इम्प्रूव करेंगे। और थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. We'll take a short tea break and we'll resume this session in 10 minutes. Thank you.
मिलेगा हम लोग को वाले हैं।
Welcome back. We will begin the session by lecture on triage in multi-casualty incident, and this lecture will be taken by Professor Michael Habathal. So I welcome sir.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, because I gave the lecture yesterday and I'm giving it again today. So maybe you didn't understand my lecture before. Okay. So I'm having another attempt. Okay. So. As I said yesterday, I seriously do believe that if you take this workshop and you want to, purify it and take some major take-home messages from the workshop, this is one of the most important things, the importance of triage. Because the quality of the triage and the fact that you do triage has a significance on the outcome that you will have in any mass casualty scenario. Because the triage officer has so many roles that needs to be done, and all of them has direct implication of the quality of of your mass casualty scenario. So what's the goals of in mass casualty scenario? Is first to identify those that need urgent care and those that can be helped. So obviously somebody that in full arrest doesn't need anything. And we don't waste resources unless there will be a benefit to that. When we do triage, when we look at the medical aspect of triage, so we do only necessary procedures. Only A, B, C is most of the time on the way. Most of the solution for C is inside the hospital. The issue is basically the mismatch between the amount of casualties that you have and the amount of resources that you have. And when we talk about resources, it can be manpower, it can be infrastructure like operating room, intensive care bed, space, and so many others. Another role of the triage officer, as I said before, is to prevent the chaos entering into your hospital in more than one way. The first one, as I discussed before, the triage officer needs to be appointed from once you heard that there is an MCI. So from the minute that you heard that there is an MCI, the first thing the first appointment that you have, the best man that you can get, even if it's 2 o'clock in the morning, to be at the triage position, because we know that patients' casualties come from an MCI in few waves, and the first wave that can be overwhelming to the emergency room as those that are being transported by regular non-EMS system, and most of them are with light injury, and if you do not do the triage from that point, you'll get overwhelmed and your emergency room will be blocked. The other part of the triage officer is to see that only staff that needs to be inside the emergency room, so those that wear aprons are the only ones that are allowed to go in and help keeping the sterile area of the triage officer, of the emergency room. And this is sometimes very difficult when someone that thinks that is very important wants to go in, has no role inside, and only disturbs the team that are working. So all these issues needs to be done immediately. And the solution is always the triaging. Okay? So triage is used when there is this mismatch, and triage has to be done in every level of the MCI. So another very important message out of this lecture, that triage is not a one episode. We continue to do triage again and again and again from the scene, inside the hospital, within the hospital, and the rest. And if you look at the kind of triage that you have, so the first triage is the field triage. Guy was talking about that before. And this is a medical triage. So the medical teams in the scene, the EMS, will go patient by patient, decides their level, red, green, yellow, and black, and decides what needs to be done. And this is the first triage. The second triage is still at the field, right? And this is the evacuation triage. Because one of the things is to get the right patient to the right hospital. So once they've decided a prioritization according to the extent and the type of the injury, one needs to decide if this patient will go to a trauma center, or this go to a district hospital, or even if this patient that needs, you cannot intubate at the scene, and this patient needs an emergency airway protection, so we will take it to the closest hospital, even if it's not level 1 trauma center. So getting the right patient to the right hospital at the right time, it's very crucial. The next one is within the facility. So hospital first front door triage, and this is the triage officer that does decide inside the hospital within seconds who goes where inside the hospital, who is red, who is green, who is yellow, and who is black, and makes this decision. And obviously, once he made a decision, nobody is allowed to change his decision. So, so you have the guy that stands in front and make a decision. You cannot come as senior as you are and says, no, I think this is green, not red. No, you go according to the triage officer at the scene, otherwise you create chaos inside the emergency room. Then, inside the emergency room, there's lots of episodes of triage. So the episode officer, the guy that's in charge on the actual event app, he makes decision how to use the critical elements of inside the hospital, like operating room, intensive care beds, radiology, investigation, or anything else. Because again, you can have 5 patients in your emergency room, 2 or 3 of them needs operation. He will have to make a decision according to the availability of operating rooms, who goes first, who goes second, who goes third, who uses the intensive care, or who uses radiology. And again, this needs to be done in an orderly fashion, and the triage and the scene manager, together with the what Gila was saying, with the trauma coordinator, makes those decisions and see that nobody leaves the emergency room unless he has a particular target that he goes into, and everything that was done to him is recorded in all the paperwork. Then you have secondary triage. When we talk about secondary triage, we basically mean 2 different things. The first thing, after you finish getting all the casualties during the episode, obviously you do only damage control. So many of the casualties still have lots of injuries that we have decided not to treat on the initial phase. So we have to do another triage, go patient by patient, see exactly all the list of his injuries. Some of them still need investigation, some of them need procedures, and decide on prioritization. So this is one kind of triage. Sometimes you have to do it more than once because it depends on the amount of casualties that you have. Or if the episode is huge, like mega MCI, and the hospital next to the episode itself becoming a triage. I was telling you about an episode that we had in Israel, in the northern part of the country, near a district hospital, where there was a big religious event, and something happened there, and people were run down, lots of injuries, lots of deaths, 44 died, right? 44 died that event from being run by other people. It's horrible. So the hospital next to them, most of the casualties went over there. They become the triage hospital, and according to only extremely immediate emergency procedures were done over there, and then those with severe casualties were transferred to us, and all the rest. So this is another kind of triage. When we talk about triage, you have to take lots of consideration. First, who is the triage officer? I will talk about it more in a few minutes. Who has to stand next to him, right? So, and we believe in how many triage officers should we be? I think there was a question whether we have one or two. It depends on the size of the episode, of the scenario. Sometimes you need more than one, because again, the one thing that mustn't happen, that the area of the triage officer becomes the bottleneck. That he stands there, you know, taking history, right? Phoning the consultant to talk to him. No, it has to be 4 seconds, and he has to go by. And if there's lots of casualties coming together, maybe a few lines like this. Next to him, you have to do the registration and identification of the casualties. So registration needs to be done somehow that will not fall, right? So that we will know one-to-one that the paperwork, the casualty, and the identification is the same person. Otherwise, later on, you create chaos, and also it can be really hazardous, because if you at the end, on the labs, send cross and match and give it to the wrong casualty at the end, you can kill him, obviously, and you know this. So you know the one-to-one, seeing that all the paperwork will have, and there's no time to take names and IDs and everything like this. So what the time you do, you have iron numbers, right, from 1 to 1,000, and you see that the number on these, and maybe more than one place, put more than one, because sometimes one falls down, and we saw it yesterday, by the way. So you have more than one place that the number and the number inside the chart and everything is the same number. You need also, and what we do, we take pictures of the casualties. So this has to be done at the same time. So, and you need the infrastructure over there in order to be with the computers, having the system, so somebody at the same time can put information into the computer system if you have, and this has got to be done by everyone. And obviously, the place need to be with communication. Most of the time, walkie-talkies, because cell phone and others don't work, and because the triage officer needs to know online all the time what's happening in the different sites of the emergency room. For instance, if the shock trauma room, the red area, is full, he needs to know that, right? Because if he will send another patient, if there's 10 positions in the red area, but now comes the 11 patients, he needs to know that this patient has no space in the red area, and you need to have a solution for that. So he needs to have a communication, and also he needs to warn up. He says, you get a patient, says this is a red patient. So the red team knows that they're going to get the patient, because sometimes the areas are not close to each other. What we saw yesterday, for instance, obviously this was because of the drill, but you know, the green area should not be within the emergency room because of space. The area needs to be totally sterile, so you need security to keep the area and do not let first, no families can go into the emergency room, only casualties, and no, as I said before, no staff. And obviously, in order to do all those things, the triage officer need to be trained. It takes time. And I said before, and I said it yesterday, there's all kind of methods of triage, I believe, to take someone that is very good at making decision, quick decision, and use his gut feeling. Look at the patient. If you can say a word or two, you don't take pulse, you don't take blood pressure, you don't take saturation, you look at him, if he's pale, the way he's breathing, the way he's acting, the way if he's awake or not, and make a decision. So this is the one thing. So why are we talking about this? Because it's very difficult. This is one of the most difficult tasks for a physician, because we as medical people, and it doesn't matter if the triage is done by paramedics, nurses, or physician, are used to treating patients, not to move them. The idea in mesh precursor is to move, to continue one way, you cannot backtrack, one way movement of the patient. So this is the thing that we have to do all the time. I spoke about the first wave. There are 3 waves in most of the time in mass casualty scenario. The first wave are those that are being evacuated by private cars, rickshaws, taxis, and the rest. And most of them are with light injury. Second wave are those that are being evacuated by the EMS system, those with severe injury most of the time. And the third wave is those with, again, light injuries, most of them with stress response, and this can take hours after the event. And I talked about having sometimes more than parallel lines, more than one line. The decision of when to make triage and the classification and the criteria is obviously dependent on the size of the incident, the size of your facility. If you are, a big facility, empty, it's very easy to do that. We are never like this. You are always full, and there is never enough availability of space. If the event happens at 10 o'clock in the morning, when all of you are here, it's more simple than to do the event at 2 o'clock in the morning. So the availability of manpower, obviously the number of injuries. And obviously, as I said before, I cannot be your triage officer over here, because I don't know your SOPs and how do you do your checklist. So the guy that does the triage officer has to be extremely familiar also with all the protocols of the hospital. Now, there's lots of ways in how to mark and do the triage. There's no one way better than another, right? So you can check and use whatever you feel like it. A guy was showing this method with that you take off the paper, and you have to have obviously somewhere that you can write, and you have to tag the patient according to the right color, and the tagging needs to be that they will not fall off the patient, because if they fall off the patient, so you don't have identification of the patient, and you don't know what is the acuity of his needs. There is lots of evidence in the literature looking in the importance of the quality of the triage, and we know that in cases of good triage, there is a reduction of 25% in mortality, and obviously we know that more patients will survive out of the hospital if the triage, the initial event inside the hospital, will be done in the right manner, right? So this is something that directly affects the actual outcome of the patient, and you can see the triage versus mortality, and you can see that there is direct correlation between the quality of the triage and the amount of mortality, and there is again more. You can see the effect of if you have 50% accuracy, 80% accuracy, or 100% accuracy, and you can see how you shift the curve into the left and get more, as you get more numbers, you get more, you are more able to keep more patients and being more efficiency into the emergency room. As I said yesterday, this is me from 2006, so lots of years since then, almost 20 years. The issue is always between under triage and over triage. There are about 5 to 10% will be under triage, meaning that the casualties are more seriously injured than what the triage officers said. But most of the time, 30 to 50% are over triage, because we do not want to take chance, and we look at the patient and says, oh, I think he might be sicker than we think. But if you do over triage and you do under triage, you obviously use your capabilities and facilities not in the right way. So you have to have lots of experience in order to prevent from doing over and or under triage. This is our experience in Second Lebanon War, 31 days, 849 casualties, and basically during this event only 2 patients were, we think in the debriefing, were missed triage, and again, as I said before, once the triage officers make a decision, you do not change his decision. So what else, the only thing that you can do if a patient went to a lower acuity, so the director of the event, of the emergency room, can make a decision to move him into the red area. But most of the time, if your patient came to a red area but he was yellow, you continue and do everything over there, because you don't want to get patient crisscross between themselves. We talked about the scene triage to get the right patient to the right hospital, not to overload. You know, as I said, in Haifa there are 3 hospitals. It's very simple to the EMS system. Says, oh, we have Rambam, let's send everyone to Rambam. But the problem, even if there is only 10 casualties, 10 casualties not much for, you know, you treat in one night 100 casualties, right? It's not much for Rambam, but still it's wrong, conceptually wrong to exhaust your resources. So one of the EMS very important thing to do at the scene, to divide the workload accordingly between the different facilities. And also we, as the guy was saying, we have hospital representatives from the EMS that does all those coordination. In the New England, there's a great sentence looking at triage, saying no task in the medical services required greater understanding, skill, and judgment than the sorting of casualties and the establishment of priorities for treatment. So this is extremely important, and also, so you can see that also the New England is dealing with this. Who needs to be the triage? This is your decision. It can be a physician, it can be a paramedic, it can be a nurse. I joked about it. You didn't laugh yesterday, so I'm not repeating the joke. But the reason that everybody wants to be the triage officer, because the media is in front of the hospital, and obviously he's the only one that gets his pictures all over the media. But obviously this is the joke. And we believe that, you know, sometimes in many areas the triage officer is a senior surgeon, We believe that surgeons are needed in the hospital, in the operating room, so we do not waste because in an initial medical scenario you need high quality surgeon in the operating room, so we do not waste the availability and quality in the triage. You can use a senior ED physician, senior traumatologist, but what we do, we use intensivists because intensive care physicians are quite used to have lots of information coming from from equipment and stuff, decides what is important and what is not, and also and make quick decisions that immediately affect life, right? So this is there, but you know, nurses and nurses, paramedics can do a good job without any problem. And you heard that sometimes if an episode will be at 2 o'clock in the morning and there is not too many physicians around, also at Rambam, the initial one that will make triage will be a nurse. So the solution to triage, I've just finished up with a short video clip from 2006 about this handsome guy. And you see that you mark the triage officer. So you see how fast the trolley didn't stop even. You see that everybody gets the paperwork. You see that the triage officer role is to keep the area sterile. You see that you talk to the teams inside and know exactly what's going on. Okay, so this is the role of the triage officer. I hope for the second time I managed to do a better job. And if you have any more questions.
Thank you, sir. They wanted the handsome guy to retake the lecture. That's why you were invited again.
Old.
Old? No, sir. I would refrain myself saying that. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Leon to talk about the Israeli model for planning and preparedness recommendations.
Yesterday and the day before, we have discussed the main components of chemical exposure mass toxicological incident, and I'll review shortly what they are because it is needed for the very short lecture that I'm going to provide. First of all, remember always that the main reason, the main cause of death in case of chemical exposure is respiratory failure. It means actually that you need to give treatment and to give solution immediately when you see a patient who is going into respiratory failure. And this is the first priority of treatment. The second thing is that we are going to meet in such an event, we are going to meet a large mass of people, of victims who are in mild condition, and they don't need any specific treatment, and they don't need to be inside your emergency room. They need to be assisted, but not treated. And you have to concentrate and focus on those that you can affect their prognosis, and this means those who have respiratory problems. And the third component that you should remember from the previous days is that a mass casualty of chemical exposure is not something which you can play by yourself. This is not a hospital, a single hospital problem. It is always a problem of the pre-hospital system. It is always the problem of the police. It is always the problem of the fire brigade, and you can't tackle this type of emergency without their collaboration. So how did we build a system to fight and give response to a mass toxicological incidents? First of all, we have erected a committee. This is a multidisciplinary interagency committee whose members are the police, the fire brigade, the Ministry of Health, hospital representative, EMS representatives, the Ministry of Environmental Protection representatives, and we set them together and we built for them a scenario, and we analyzed the scenario with them, and we have let them understand what are the meaning of exposure to chemical material, both in the scene and in the hospital. And following that, we have built a reference scenario which was, and still is, regarded as a single scenario which is accepted by all the bodies. So everybody agrees about the reference scenario. And then we have decided together what are the responsibility of each agency. For example, I said it yesterday, the extrication of patients or victims from the hot zone in the scene is the mission of the police force. And the mission of the EMS, the pre-hospital mission of the EMS, is to treat the patient, to undress them, and to rush to the nearest hospital. And the mission of the fire brigade, the primary mission, is to treat and contain the source, the chemical source of the event. And then each one of these organizations has to build its own plan. Protective equipment for the policemen in case there is a suspected event which contains chemical exposure. And then we have to provide infrastructure and protective gear to those who have missions in this complex MCI. And this is not enough to have a doctrine, this is not enough to have a protocol, and this is not enough to have the gear. You need to train your men how to use the gear. You need to train the policemen how to wear a personal protective equipment. You need to train the nurses how to wear personal protective equipment. You need to train the nurse how do you do decontamination of the patient on a gurney. It means there should be a plan for training. And then after you train, and then after you build the protocol, and you have built the checklist, you have to check yourself whether you are prepared or not by using drills which are simulation for the happening that you always hope that it won't come. For example, each EMS car in Israel carries continuously auto-injectors of atropine and toxogonine, which are antidotes for nerve agents. So in case there is going to be a surprise attack somewhere in Israel, the coming ambulances are already equipped with the antidotes. What we are doing in the hospital, we assume that each patient or each victim from a chemical disaster can arrive to each hospital in Israel. It means that we have prepared all the 26 acute care hospitals in Israel to be ready to respond to acute event with chemical exposure. For what number? Each hospital has a specific number of capacity of beds. For example, this hospital has the capacity of 200 beds, something like that. And we have decided arbitrarily that each hospital in Israel will be ready to admit 10% of its capacity 20% of its capacity to admit 20% of its capacity patients or victims that suffer from chemical exposure. It means your hospital should be ready to be between 40 to 50 victims coming from a chemical emergency. And we have also decided in this committee, in the steering committee, what will be the ratio of patients in difficult conditions when they arrive to the hospital. And in order to make the hospital more ready, we have decided that 50% of the victims would be in critical conditions, what we call in MCI red ones. This is not the true statistics of previous incidents, as we have seen yesterday in the previous demonstrations, but we want to be on the safe side. So even though my personal opinion is that we are going to see about 10% of the victims in critical conditions and not 50 or not 30, we prepare everything in the hospital to be prepared for a worst case scenario. And including 15% of the victims are regarded or are anticipated to be children. And the goals of the treatment are very simple. We are going to give an optimal treatment for most of the victims. There are going to be a lot of victims that we are not going to treat in mass casualty of chemical disaster. We are not going to treat the mild cases. They don't need any treatment. They need assistance, but not treatment. We are not going to treat the dead on arrival. We are not going to do resuscitation if we have 50 or 100 chemical disaster patients arriving at the emergency room. We won't do resuscitation. Remember the problem or the question or the challenge of using PPE. As I elaborated yesterday and the day before, we are not using a high-level personal protective equipment, not level A and not level B, which are cumbersome, which are very sophisticated to wear and to doff. And then we use only level C personal protection equipment, and we procure them for each hospital in Israel. Of course, the EMS procure them for each one of their ambulances. The question of decontamination. There is going to be always a question of what or when to decontaminate the patients and in what system. First of all, we decontaminate by water only. We don't use detergent. This is not necessary. Second, the mildly injured patients are not necessarily decontaminated by water. It is enough to undress them and give them clean clothes and bag their contaminated clothes, bag them in double bags, and that will be enough for them. On the other hand, we are going to wet decontaminate using water everybody they see who is not ambulatory. The non-ambulatory patients should be fully decontaminated. If we don't know exactly what is the contaminant, because it takes time to identify the contaminant, and in case that we suspect that the contaminant is, or know that the contaminant is a persistent agent. What is a persistent agent? Like mustard or VX, which are persistent agents. We know that you need to decontaminate with showers even the mildly injured patient. Few things about triage. How do you do triage? You have heard from Professor Albertal about triage. The importance of triage is in each type of mass casualty incident, and in case of chemical emergency, the importance of triage is critical to succeed, to admit patients effectively, and to treat and save lives. So the triage is functional triage. We don't look for the hemodynamic status of the patient. We don't look for the age of the patient. We are not looking for his whether he has an internal hemorrhage or not. The only two things that interest me as a triage officer are whether the patient is ambulatory or non-ambulatory, and whether the patient has significant respiratory symptoms and signs. These are the only questions I should ask myself when I do the triage. And the answer for this question is very simple. You look at the patient. You don't even have to touch him. You don't need to use your stethoscope in order to decide whether he is going into a respiratory failure or not. And if the patient is ambulatory, your life is very easy as a triage officer. You tell him, you go to the green zone, and the green zone is outside the emergency room. It's not emergency room. You find the outpatient clinic, for example. You find the dining room, for example, and you transfer it to transfer the patient, the walking patients there. But if the patient is non-ambulatory, of course he is going into the emergency room. He is a red one. He is a red one until proven otherwise. We don't speak about red and yellow when we do the functional triage of mass casualty from toxicological exposure. The third question may arise. The third question may arise, and this is whether you are observing a child or not. The children are regarded as red ones until proven otherwise, because you don't have time to assess correctly, or you don't have time to assess correctly a child whether he is going into a respiratory problem or not. So you bring the children inside the emergency room as red ones. And then those who can't wait for shower because they are going into respiratory failure, they are moving inside the emergency room. You secure their airway, you ventilate them, and only then you decontaminate them. Those, even the non-ambulatory, that has no signs of respiratory failure, can can pass the 5, 10 minutes, or even 15 minutes of decontamination outside the decontamination facility, and then only then be transferred through the yellow line. The yellow line is the limit, the border between the hot zone and the cold zone. The cold zone is the safe zone where you can work without personal protective equipment. This is the entrance to my hospital. Again, this is a small, relatively small, medium-sized hospital, 500 bed, near south to Tel Aviv. This picture was taken in 2003, and on the left side of the entrance, you can see the decontamination shower for the non-ambulatory patients. And 20 years later, we did a yearly mass toxi drill during the day, and you can see the decontamination nurses. They are all wearing level C personal protective equipment, and they are ready to treat mock patients that arrive to the hospital. In a far away from the entrance, and in another entrance, which is a back entrance to the hospital, where you can find, for example, a restaurant or something like that, and this leads to the outpatient clinic, you'll find another set of showers. And these are showers that are dedicated for the ambulatory patients. And in that case, we divide between the showers on the right, which are dedicated to the male patients, and the showers on the left that are dedicated to the female patients or victims. And in case that you want to do wet showers for the mildly injured patients, as I said before, you don't need it all the scenarios. You can do it in private conditions. Within the emergency room, not in the warehouse of the hospital, we have already put 4 to 10 sets of personal protective equipment. They are not in the warehouse because there is a possibility that the triage officer, or this is not another triage officer, the physician within the emergency room, or the nurse will be the first one that will understand that we are facing an exposure to chemicals. Not always we have get the proper announcement on time. So we put sets of personal protective equipment within the emergency room. We have antidotes for the specific hazmat that we have in our neighborhood, and for the reference scenario regarding terror attacks in Israel, which include nerve agents, for example. We have antidotes within the emergency room, not in the pharmacy, but already in the emergency room, because time is critical. We have critical information regarding hazardous material and how to treat them according to signs and symptoms, and what kind of laboratory investigation should be done. And this is already within the emergency room. And we have, of course, checklists and a doctrine and protocols within the emergency room. So, in the year 2004, we have made in Kaplan Medical Center, my hospital, we have made a drill. This was a surprise drill in the middle of the night. It was 3 a.m. in the morning. And an announcement came to the hospital that there are victims of something which looks like nerve agents in a nearby neighborhood. And you have 10 to 15 minutes until the first ambulance arrives. So the first thing that the nurses and physicians in the emergency room did, they took their personal protective equipment and done it. And you can see they are doing this in the middle of the night. And then the ambulance arrives. And what you see here on the right picture in the middle, you can see the triage officer. And she wears level C personal protective equipment. And she doesn't look at the mock victim because they don't have respiratory problems. She looks into the card that each one of them holds, and accordingly she decides whether he is red or green. If he is ambulatory, he is green. If he is non-ambulatory, he is red. And if he has respiratory problem, he is not always only red, but he should skip decontamination and rush inside the emergency room to be intubated, ventilated, and only then decontaminated. So those who were decided to be red but not without respiratory problem were disrobed by the nurses outside at the decontamination facility that you've seen in the first picture. They are disrobed, their clothes are bagged in the blue bag, and they are wet, decontaminated. On the same time, you can see in the outpatient clinic of the Kaplan Medical Center, you can see victims, mildly injured, ambulatory, walking. They have replaced their contaminated clothes with hospital gowns, and they are there to be given assistance, not treatment. Assistance means food, drink, talks with psychological or social health workers or whatever, but not treatment. Mostly they don't need any treatment. You need to have, of course, security. You need to move the ambulatory patients inside the emergency room following decontamination. And nowadays, as I said, those who need respiratory assistance are moved immediately before decontamination into the emergency room, and only then decontaminated. And you can see the personnel, the staff in the emergency room, and they treat the patient without any personal protective equipment except for gloves, because the patient does not prevail any hazard, any significant hazard to their safety. And of course, you have the hospital emergency center. For the last part of the lecture, I want to show you a movie, a short movie. It's not so short, it's 15 minutes, but there are a few important things to see in the movie. First of all, it was done as a collaboration between two hospitals, my hospital and a big trauma center in Tel Aviv, the Ichilov Center. And this is an example of what we do in Israel in preparing for mass casualty incidents in general. We collaborate between hospitals. It never is something that one hospital holds the whole Bible between his hands. We share information, we share technique, we share specific ideas that can change things for other hospitals as well. So the first thing that this movie shows is collaboration between hospitals. The second thing that it shows is that we improve all the time. We try to improve all the time. Part of the personal protective equipment you see in this movie is already discarded. We have changed it, replaced it with better one that you have seen in the picture of 2005. This movie was done in 2002 or 2003. And the third thing is that we always look at the doctrine and we look at the lessons that we have learned from our drills, from our exercises, and we have implemented changes. You'll see in the movie that the intubation and ventilation is done outside the emergency room. But since then we have discussed it a lot for years, and we've decided this is not the best way to do a life-saving procedure for the victims, and we have, of course, we have analyzed the danger of safety problems that might involve when we put a patient, non-decontaminated patient, inside the emergency room. We have decided to move the intubation point or the respirator assistant point into the emergency room. So remember this when you see the movie. The movie is in Hebrew, but partly in English. Audio and audio that we have, but we don't have picture.
It's just after 5, and here's the traffic report. A bus and tank truck have collided on Route 743, and there are casualties reported. Rescue teams are on the way, and drivers are advised to keep clear of the area and look for alternate routes.
First step is the first announcement about an event.
כן. מכלית שהתנגשה באוטובוס. איפה? מה מספר הנפגעים? אוקיי, רונית, אחות אחראית משמרת.
First thing that the nurse do is open the checklist. As in all other MCIs. Open the checklist.
תשיגי בבקשה את מנהל תורן דחוף. תודה.
And the first impression is that this is a car accident, not a mass casualty of toxicological exposure.
אני מבקש שתפעילי בבקשה מיידית נוהל הר"ן, אני כבר מגיע חזרה. תודה.
The hospital interrupts its routine activities and directs all resources to admitting and treating the casualties from a multi-casualty event. The hour is late, so in the initial phase, all available personnel in the hospital must be recruited. In the second phase, personnel at home should be called back to work.
בית החולים נערך לקליטת נפגעים מפיגוע המוני. בעלי תפקידים נקראים להתייצב בעמדותיהם. רופאים ואחיות פנויים ייגשו מיידית למחלקה לרפואה דחופה.
נתת לפנימית א'.
פנימית א', שפי, מדבקה, כן, יש פה עוד.
אוקיי, היא לאף אוזן גרון?
כן, היא עולה לאף אוזן גרון, בסדר, אני אפתח את הטיפים של
Evacuating the emergency room. We need to have place to admit patients when we have emergency, mass casualty emergency.
מה אנחנו יודעים, רונית?
מכלית שהתנגשה באוטובוס, לא ידוע מעבר לזה.
The first casualties are already inside the emergency room.
מוביל, מה קורה? העיניים שלי דומות.
These are signs of secondary exposure of the staff, because the staff is not protected and the patient is not decontaminated.
Involves mass exposure to toxic materials from an accident or terror attack. This calls for special hospital deployment in minimum time, with two objectives. providing optimal care for numerous casualties while safeguarding hospital personnel. To do this, we focus on managing casualties before they're admitted to the hospital. We combine the principles for dealing with two different scenarios: a multi-casualty trauma situation and exposure to toxic materials. At the first signs of exposure to toxic materials, the hospital is requested to respond immediately on behalf of casualties who have already been admitted, while preparing the front of the hospital to decontaminate incoming patients. A small first team immediately protects itself, ready to treat patients already in the building after removing their clothes and washing them with soap and water.
זה לא רק הר"ן, זה האטם. יש כאן כאלה שנפגעו כנראה מחומר כימי. אוקיי, בסדר. הודיעו לנו עכשיו מהמחלקה לרפואה דחופה שכנראה מדובר באירוע טוקסיקולוגי.
Undressing the patient within the emergency room. And the next step, bagging the clothes, and the next step would be to decontaminate the patient who is inside the emergency room. We don't take it outside.
רבותיי, תקשיבו, מדובר באירוע טוקסיקולוגי, אני חוזרת, מדובר באירוע טוקסיקולוגי, כולם להתנגד.
שימו לב לשינוי. בית החולים יקלוט מעתה נפגעים מאירוע טוקסיקולוגי. בעלי תפקידים באירוע זה להתייצב מיד בעמדותיהם. אני חוזר שנית. שימו לב לשינוי.
As a safeguard, they clean the floor as well. This is not necessarily actually, but they do it for the sake of the family.
A decontamination facility situated in the front of the emergency room is brought into operational mode within minutes.
This set of personal protective equipment was replaced. We don't use it anymore.
The admission area is cleared to allow passage for rescue vehicles. The decontamination team dons respiratory protection systems, which include masks with ABEC filter canisters suitable for a range of toxic materials and butyl-type gloves or 2 pairs of surgical gloves.
We are not using these masks. We are using
better contaminated casualties carries the best protective equipment. A blower-driven protective hood provides the team, especially the anesthetists, with good working conditions. The decontamination facility is in working order. There's hot water in the pipes. Special decontamination stretchers are used for non-ambulatory patients.
שלום, חולה הגיע מתאונת דרכים, מתלונן על גירוי בעיניים ושיעול, ואומר שכואבת לו בטן. אנחנו יודעים איזה חומר היה בתאונה? לא, אנחנו לא יודעים.
In a mass toxicological event, early identification of the toxic material is extremely important. Identification affects the treatment protocol, the method of decontamination, and the level of protection required by the medical staff. The hospital closes its gates to regular traffic. Security officers protected by masks and gloves direct the vehicles.
רמב"ם, מלר"ד קפלן. יש לנו אירוע רב נפגעים, טוקסיקולוגי, מספר רום 2047. יש לכם מושג במה מדובר? כן, טלון, מגרד דרכי נשימה, תודה רבה. טוב, חברים, מדובר בחומר בלתי ספציפי.
It's important to distribute information to all personnel involved concerning the nature of the event, the toxic material involved, and the management of the casualties.
חמצן, סטרואידים, ברוכודילטטורים, עד כאן אני אגש למתחיל.
The main on-site triage is functional, distinguishing between slightly contaminated casualties and non-ambulatory casualties. Those in need of respiratory assistance are considered severe. Those lying down who can breathe on their own are considered moderate.
היי, דיברתי עם מרכז המידע ברמב"ם, מדובר בחומר בשם טלון. החומר הזה רעיל בעיקר לעיניים, לדרכי נשימה ולעור. ומבחינתנו המשמעות היא שאנחנו נצטרך לתאר את הנפגעים תיאור רטוב, לתת להם חמצן וסטרואידים. צריך להודיע למשרד הבריאות ולפיקוד העורף. Respiratory assistance has the first priority when you treat this patient.
Some of the casualties admitted to the hospital had their clothes removed on site by the emergency first responders.
The
stages of hazardous materials decontamination resemble the stages of decontamination for chemical warfare agents. The most important stage is the complete removal of clothes. To prevent toxic material from leaking into the environment and to help identify casualties later on, the clothes are placed inside sealed, labeled bags. Many toxic materials harm the eyes or penetrate the body through them. Flushing of the eyes should begin at the decontamination facility and be continued inside the emergency room. Decontamination includes washing all body parts from head to toe with soap and water. This is done by a fully protected nursing staff. In an emergency situation, there's no separation between men and women among the non-ambulatory casualties. After decontamination, casualties should be covered for reasons of privacy and to prevent lowering of body temperature. The latter is especially important for children and elderly people. Patients brought to the hospital without a pulse or respiration will be treated in accordance with the staff available at the time. In a multiple patient situation, those presumed dead will remain without decontamination and treatment. Otherwise, they will be treated as severe casualties. Death will be pronounced only after passing the yellow line, only after decontamination. Among casualties arriving from the center of the event, there is a possibility of combined toxic and traumatic injuries, including burns and blast injuries. A yellow line separates the two working zones. The warm zone is the area of disembarkation and decontamination. It requires protection from toxic materials. Beyond the yellow line is the clean zone, where the staff operates unprotected except for gloves. Continuous communication is required with the Home Front Command Medical Headquarters, especially for coordinating secondary relocation of the casualties. It's anticipated that the first wave of casualties will arrive at the hospital in non-specific vehicles. Working in protective gear is difficult for untrained teams. In events that last for several hours, the protected team will be replaced by reserve personnel. Those wearing double-layered protective suits must rinse themselves from time to time in order to cool their bodies and should drink large quantities of fluids. Unprotected teams who participated in evacuating casualties who had not been decontaminated may show signs of secondary exposure to toxic material. They should be treated like all other casualties. Most of those who arrive walking will recover without medical treatment. Ambulatory casualties are led to a separate decontamination site and have their clothes removed. They have a lower priority in patient management since they've been exposed to lower concentrations of toxic material and will undergo a decontamination procedure for walkers.
לקבל 10 מכשירי הנשמה למבוגרים ו2 ילדים, אני צריך את זה כאן תוך שעה.
For reasons of privacy, it's sufficient to remove their outer clothes. Maintaining privacy and keeping the sexes apart will encourage their compliance and hasten the admission process. As a rule, family members will not be separated from one another. Ambulatory casualties will decontaminate themselves under the supervision of a small staff.
יש פגיעה קונבנציונלית?
As in a multi-casualty trauma, the emergency medical facility in a mass toxicological event provides initial treatment for those requiring immediate care. The working process resembles that of a multi-casualty trauma, with a physician and nurse assigned to each casualty.
תרגיש כל הזמן שהמים זורמים לך לתוך העיניים.
שם פה גבר עווני, אנחנו לא יודעים פרטים עליו, אז כדאי שתצלמי אותו.
The approach to combined injury patients follows the principles of trauma medicine. The staff deals with the surgical aspects of the injury concomitantly with its toxic aspects. As in any multi-casualty event, the hospital sets up an information center for the public. The mildly injured site assists two kinds of populations: casualties who were mildly exposed to toxic material and those in need of psychological aid. It's anticipated that the number of stress-related casualties and the worried well will increase as time passes from the beginning of the event. Some may arrive from areas not directly connected to the event. The approach to everyone is uniform. Decontamination stops exposure to the toxic material and is also part of the psychological response. After all casualties have been admitted, headquarters declares the conclusion of the event in the front of the hospital and the primary admission sites. The decontamination site is cleaned and scrubbed. The hospital returns to normal. The treatment of casualties continues in the appropriate departments. After the event, a detailed briefing takes place. Actual events have taught us that advanced preparations and real-time coordination provide the best medical response for the greatest number of victims.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? So you're very hungry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a great lecture. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Henny Bahut, sir. He will talk about surge capacity and mega multi-casualty incident.
Search capacity. Okay, a minute. שנייה. Okay, so good early afternoon. We will talk about surge capacity calculation. Calculation means numbers. When we get to numbers, it's much easier than to talk in words. Okay, what we need to do in mass casualty and so on. The other thing that every day morning you have here some kind of surge capacity. Surge capacity would come. 130 injured patient came through the last 8 hours. And this is a situation of, this is a surge capacity of the emergency room like every day. But there is a surge capacity calculation about the mass casualty events, means that we can calculate things and we can calculate and we have numbers about that can help us to organize our hospital emergency room and everything around and to be prepared for any kind of mass casualty incidents. First of all, what is the surge capacity? Surge capacity is a term that we use it in our daily life and also in situations of mass casualty incidents. The definition of the surge capacity in a situation of like every day is that our ability to make additional resources to take care of the of specific situation. When you deal with the mass casualty situation, so the surge capacity will be all the needs that we need to increase and demand our personnel and equipment and so on to cope with that specific mass casualty incident. And these are words, but when we come to the reality and we will come to our emergency room and when we come to our other services around us, we need to have some idea about how many nurses, doctors, staffs, orthopedics, ventilators, whatever it is, these numbers will help us to organize ourselves. So the components, as I said before, this is the staff. Staff means doctor, nurses, and so on. The staff means equipment and all the other pharmaceutical things and supplies. And the structure, how we can change the structures to cope with that situation. Very important. You can see it through the 3 days that it is very important about any mass casualty incident, the severity of the injured patients, how many of them will come, the duration means how many time we have till we will have the first injured patients, the volume, the magnitude, okay, it's whether it's like 20 patients or 60 patients and so on. And these things are very important. Why they are so important? Look at these diagrams. These diagrams demonstrate a situation of when we have a very short event that can start and end in very short time. You can see it here. I don't know what it is. Okay, but you can see it here. This is a situation of mass casualty that happened in very short time. You can see that we need in that place, we need a very fast response. A couple of hours, the local medical response need to be to respond in very short hour. The surge will be needs will be in very short hour. And imagine that we have some kind of tornado or something. We have much more time, and the surge needs will take much more time, and means that our hospital, our staff, our equipment, our emergency room, we will have much more time to organize ourselves. So, when in every mass casualty situation, we assume the basic assumption that our emergency room and our ICUs and our ORs and everything is full. Our entire hospital is full. All the beds are full with patients, and in that point of time, we need to organize and to start response. So this assumption is very important, and we cannot assume that our emergency room in any time will be 50% vacancy when most of the emergency rooms in all around the world are very crowded. So the basic assumption is all of the entire hospital, emergency room, ORs, intensive care units, all the beds are occupied, and from that point of time, we will go to organize our response. So, the hospital surge capacity, we have to estimate and to know what is the maximum number of the additional patients that we can treat. This number that is will also influence the number of the personnel and the number of the equipment and the number of the supplies will influence and will be impact on our response. Dr. Paulis said that before. It is not only in Israel. This is 20% of the entire number of beds of the hospital. It is not calculated for the emergency room. Like if Rambam have 1,000 beds, we need to treat or to have a capacity to treat 200 injured patients. If your entire complex here in Varanasi is 2,700 beds, means that your hospital need to treat or have the capacity to treat around 550 injured patients. The 20% is not the number of the beds into the emergency room. This is a 20% from the entire hospital beds. This is the first calculation. 20%, very accepted in all around the world, in many mass casualties, in many emergency rooms, in many hospitals in all around the globe. For instance, this is an example, okay? If a 500-bed hospital means that needs to treat 100 injured patients. We have mentioned that before in many of our presentations, that around 15% will be severely injured patients, 15% will be moderately injured patients, and around 70% will be mildly injured patients. If we have at that time, at that hospital with the 500 beds, 20% of the total number means that we need to take care of 100 patients. Around 15 injured patients will be severely injured, around maybe 20 will be moderately injured, and around 65 to 70 patients will be mildly injured patients. So this is how we calculate this. It is written here. We have mentioned that many times. Look at this table that will calculate everything. There is a calculation about how many triage personnel we need, how many doctors in the red zone, in the yellow zone, and the green zone, how many nurses, how many clerks, how many radiology technicians, a blood bank representative. Everything is calculated here. And by this, we can, in every hospital, by these numbers, we can tailor our response and we can tailor our preparedness for any MCI that can come. Very important. This table can calculate everything. So for that hospital, again, with the 500 beds, 20%, 100 injured patients, in the beginning, we need 20 doctors, 20 nurses, 5 respiratory therapists, escorts, clerks, and 2 blood bank technicians, and so on. I would like here just to say some words about the blood and giving blood in situations of mass casualties. In most blood and taking also a lab tests through mass casualty incidents. For all, if we go by the ATLS, for each patient we need to take at least, the number is five blood tests for every patient. By the ATLS, it's written everywhere. Imagine that you have 100 patients and you will take 5 blood tests for everyone. 500 tubes will go to the lab, okay? The lab will crash. You will start, or if they are very efficient, at least they will have 1.5 to 2 hours to send out the results. by these 2 hours, maybe the MCI is ended, you have the decisions, medical and the clinical decisions for all or most of the patients that you have in the emergency room. So why to take a blood test? What we did is that for all the mildly injured patients, we don't take a blood. For the moderately injured patients, we take a blood by the decision of the medical director of the event. For the severely injured patient, yes, we take a blood, we draw blood, and that's all. And we don't take all the blood tests, okay? We take cross and match, and mainly PT, PTTINR, and blood gases, and that's all. So from 500 tubes that can go to the lab, we are focusing on the severely injured patients, and maybe we will have 30 or 40 tubes to go to the labs. And by this, we can be much more efficient. What about giving blood in mass casualty incidents? In many mass casualty incidents around the world, and the huge experience was in the 9/11. Many citizens went to many spots and they donated blood. Donated blood because everybody thinks that there are a lot of PRBCs, means blood units and so on, that needs to be given. In that time, the 9/11, they threw away 250,000 units of blood. They didn't use them. Because in most of the MCIs in all around the world, there is no shortage of blood. Why? Because only 15% of that number, of 15% of the injured patients, it might be, yes, not all of them, it might be that we need blood. So about the blood, there is no shortage in most of the cases. We don't draw blood for all of them, only for the severely injured patients. We don't take for all of them blood tests, no shortage of blood. And the third point is about the IV fluids. We don't give any IV fluids for mildly injured patients. Most of the moderately injured patients, we don't give fluids. It might be, for some very short time, we will give IV fluids for severely injured patients. In general today, in any trauma, blunt trauma, penetrative trauma, wherever, we are very, very careful in giving any IV fluids. The fourth point that is very important is about the X-rays. In MCI, in the emergency room, we don't do any X-ray. Why? Because if we are doing X-ray for 100 patients, all the time the stuff needs to go out and to come in and to go out, and it's a chaos. We, in our hospital, we do X-rays only for the severely injured patients, that they are into the trauma shock room, because we have there like walls that we can open them with lead that can be isolated. For all the other spaces, open space in the emergency room, we don't use any X-rays. We do, yes, ultrasound fast if needed, X-ray only for the severely injured patients, and CT scan only by the decision of the when and who and how and where, only by the decision of the medical director of the event. By this, we can focus much more and be much more efficient in dealing with any MCI. So I did this stop because some people here asked me about the fluids and blood and draw blood and so on, and this is very important thing, and it's important because when we are not doing more and overwhelming our labs and people and stuff, we will be much more efficient. So that 500 beds hospital with 100 injured patients, these are the numbers of the clerks and the staff and the nurses and the doctors and so on. 10% of the severely injured patient, 10% of the severely injured patient will require an emergent life-saving surgery. That hospital with the 500 beds, with 100 injured patients, 15% or 10% of them, or 20% of them even, will be severely injured. 20% of them severely injured patients. 10% of that 20% means 2 severely injured patients will need a life-saving procedures into the OR. Means that hospital need to be prepared for 2 rooms. One for maybe laparotomy and the other one for neurosurgery. Not to go and empty all the operating rooms. 500 beds, 100 injured patients, 20% severely injured patients. We will need 2 rooms to stop bleeding and to do life-saving surgery. This is what I said before. Many of those patients will require after that some kind of surgery, orthopedic surgery, maxillofacial, and so on. But we are not going to calculate now the number of the rooms that we need, because all of these procedures can be delayed for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, wherever, for like open fracture in the femur or whatever. But we are not going to calculate the number of the rooms that we need urgently and emergently now into our operating rooms. They can be delayed, and also this is something very important to remember. You can see here, these are the percentages of the maximum number of patients. Open fractures will be 10% and so on, chest, burns, and by this, all these procedures can be delayed for at least a couple of hours, and by then we can organize everything, including our operating rooms. Equipment. Look at the equipment. These are the numbers of the equipment that we need. Everything is written here, and by this, it will be much easier for us to organize ourselves beforehand, and also our storage rooms, and how many of everything we will need in any mass casualty in your specific hospital. The 500, it's only for the example. So you can see how many ventilators and wheelchairs and stretchers and whatever, ICU cards and so on. By these tables, we can calculate everything. So, very important, it was said before in many occasions here that we need a site for the green, for the yellow, for the red injured patients, red, yellow, and green. We said that the green, it's very important that the green side not to be inside the emergency room, and by this we cannot control the overcrowding of the emergency room. Where you will decide where is your red area, yellow area, green area. I said before, in the morning we separate the pediatric injured patient from the adult if this is a combined MCI of adults and pediatrics. Or that the patients with an anxiety, we will separate them from the emergency room, and we will put them in a space, a little bit remote space, and we can control by this the overcrowding of the emergency room. Any questions? Numbers. When it comes to numbers, it's very easy. 20% calculated by your hospital. Questions? Yes.
20% is if the occupancy is 100%, or if occupancy is 80%.
You can, if you would like to, your hospital is 350, okay? So 20% of the 350. If you will calculate it by the entire hospital, that you have 2,700 beds, it will be something else. Okay, this is your calculation. In Rambam, it will be 200 injured patients. This is the capacity. Because we have 1,000 bed already, little bit more, but this is the number of the injured patients.
So that's the same.
Yes.
Two questions, sir.
Yeah.
One is, when you've already declared a mass casualty event and you've gone through this process, approximately at what point in time do you say that the event is over, and when can we go back to normalcy?
Oh, very, very good question. It depends what's going on the scene. Okay, if everything is ended on the scene, means that all the injured patients were scattered to the hospitals, and the event is ended on the scene, all of them evacuated, and then we'll come to the hospital, and we'll see how many patients we still have into the emergency room, how many of them needs to go to the operating room, and how many of them were discharged, evacuated to other wards. Okay. It will take hours. It's not something. It will take hours. Okay.
And the second question in my mind is, we know what we'll do with the reds, but the yellow and the green, what do we do with those patients? Do we keep them in-house, or we redeploy them somewhere, or we just send them home and ask them to come the next day?
After hours, most of the green will be discharged because they are mildly injured, and will be very similar to what all the mildly injured patient in our regular daily life that will be discharged. Most of the yellow will be admitted. Most of them will be admitted, and I think that Gila this morning mentioned that we will go and we will check about all those patients. Many of them will need operations. Okay, they will be delayed. They are not severely injured patients. Maybe 60% of them will need operations, delayed operations. So all of the yellow will be hospitalized. And we will look all the time about missed injuries on them. Missed injuries that mostly will be on the orthopedic field. But all of them will be hospitalized. We will go after them. We will organize their operations, and we will never discharge them from the emergency room. Unless maybe one or two were over-triaged and they are mildly injured patients.
Thank you.
It is very dangerous, especially with the mildly injured with the moderately injured patients, to send them home. Very dangerous.
So a tertiary survey is what you're talking about?
Yes. Secondary and tertiary. Any other questions? To continue or what to do?
We need to ask them.
To continue? We are moving from one topic to the other, and now we will talk about what we call it mega mass casualty event. Mega mass casualty event. כן, עכשיו, לפעמים כן, לפעמים לא.
תסתכל על המסך.
עכשיו אני רואה על המסך. Mass casualty, yes. Mass casualty, we talk a lot about mass casualty, and now we will talk about mega mass casualty event. We are stressing ourselves when we are talking about. Yesterday, I think that entered the emergency room through the drill something like 15 patients, okay? And we define it as a mass casualty event. When we are talking about 50 and 60, we are very stressed to take care of those numbers of 60 and 70 and 100. All the stuff, the emergency room, the entire hospital will be freaking out to take care of that number. What will happen if you will think that there is, I pray that not, in one of the pujas, or 2,000 injured patients will be injured. What you will do? And you will find yourself here in the emergency room, the biggest hospital in Varanasi, with 500 injured patients. Imagine it. It's not easy to imagine it, yes? What we can do in a situation like this. So, if something like this, it is not on the level of hospital. It is a level of region. Many hospitals at the same region. And we need to organize ourselves, pre-hospital and into the hospital, in a different way, totally different way. You cannot imagine it, yes, but it happened and it will continue to happen. Look what happened in 2004 in Madrid, and train bombings, that they have more than 2,000 injured patients. More than 2,000 injured patients. Around 200 were killed, most of them on scene. A few of them into the hospital mortality. Most of them died on the scene, but they have more than 2,000 injured patients. A very, very large scale of a mass casualty situation. Okay. These are the numbers. What happened there, that most of these injured patients were taken to private hospitals near the place, near the area, and to very small hospitals. These private hospitals and the small hospitals, they have no idea what to do with one injured patient. One injured patient. And they are facing now a reality with multiple injured patients. After that was a second transfer to bigger hospitals, but in the beginning, this is what happened. In my first lecture about the introduction, I told you about main three problems that arise all the time in many mass casualty incidents. The first one is about the authority and command. The other one is about communication. And the third one about documentation. What happened here, and after that they reported all the experience and their study about this situation. See the number of the personnel that needed to take care of all their patients. They get into the point, okay, after the debriefing of all the hospitals and the system and all the regional system, okay, it's not one hospital, regional systems, that there is a problem. In that experience, bad experience, there was no authority and command, no communication, and no documentation. Why? Because the pre-hospital, and in Spain they have a very good pre-hospital, what they did, they took the patients from the scene to the private hospitals, the nearest hospitals. In a much more organized situation, those patients needed to go to the, most of them, to level 1 and level 2 trauma hospitals. They didn't communicate with each other. No communication between the authorities, no communication between the hospitals, and this is what happened. And they get to the result and to the conclusion that in Spain they need, in this situation, better authority, better command, better communication, and better documentation. Not easy, but happened. Look at the ovary triage, 50% ovary triage, and this is not because it happened in Spain. So that the Dr. Pauls before half an hour talked about it. In most of the MCS in all around the world, more than 50% ovary triage. Ovary triage in this situation will overwhelm all the hospital and the resources and the staff and everybody that take care in that event. But this is what happened also in Spain. More than 50% of ovary triage. More than 2,000 patients, injured patients, treated in a very efficient medical facilities, and no command, no authority, no communication, and no documentations. So these are the conclusions: better prepared, better communication, better education, and better training. After that, look what happened in 2005, 1 year later in London, in 3 spots into the trains, also around 800 injured patients, around 50 people, injured patients were killed, most of them on the scene. And again, most of these patients were transferred to small hospitals, to private hospitals. They have no experience in trauma, and very few of them reached level 1 and level 2 trauma hospitals. Again, a problem with the communication and authority and command. They get it was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, and they get to the conclusion that they need to train most of the civilians, most of the people are not expert in trauma, what to do, what happened with all the the public training for cardiac arrest, and we have defibrillators today in many places and in many malls and so on. And the other thing is about stop the bleeding, how we are training the public how to stop bleeding. They get in 2005 and 6 to the conclusion that we need to train the public how to act and to respond in a situation like this. So this is not a regular situation. When we talk about mega mass casualty, there are 3 different levels: up to 500, up to 1,000 casualties, and up to 2,000 injured patients. Not easy to control something like this. Okay? Look here about the numbers. When we get to the numbers, everything will be much clearer. Okay? See here, if we have a grade 1, a grade 2, and a grade 3, 15% of mortality. You can see here, 15% of mortality. You can see in a grade 2, 150, and the calculation, how many severely injured and moderately injured patients. I don't think that any hospital in all around the world can treat 130 severely injured patients in a short time. So we need something else, and we'll talk about something else. Look about the ICU beds that we need, the ventilators, how many urgent operations you need in a mega mass casualty situation. See, 10% of them will go to needs urgent surgeries. Means that at least we need between 40 to 80 surgical procedures that need to be done emergently. I don't think that any hospital can stand something like this. This is a mega mass casualty situation. So we need organization. We all the time repeating that we need command and control, optimal coordination and communication, and we need to think. Need to think out of the box in situation like this. But communication, documentation, organization, command and control, These things need to be prepared beforehand. So how we can respond? First of all, the declaration. Somebody in the scene and that can see everything need to declare, and the declaration here is by the Ministry of Health or the Home Front Command. A declaration that we are now facing a situation of mega mass casualty. This is not a regular mass casualty, it is a declaration about a mega mass casualty situation. Means that the one hospital or two hospitals cannot deal with these numbers of patients. Means that this is the declaration means that the region with all the hospitals in that region need to take care of that of those injured patients. It will go very fast up to the Ministry of Health, Home Front Command, National EMS, and also the Army. This is not a situation that one or two hospitals can manage. How we transfer patients from one hospital to the other and from that region outside to other remote regions and hospitals. First of all, the severely injured patients will be transferred to multiple hospitals in that region. All the mildly injured patients that will be triaged on the scene will stay on the scene. This is a big difference, yes? If this is a regular one, all of the injured patients will come to the hospital, okay? The severely injured, moderately injured, and mildly injured. In these mega situations, all the mildly injured patients will be and will stay on the scene. Only the severely injured patients will be transferred to the hospitals, and again, regional hospitals, not a one hospital, even if that hospital, like here, is the level 1 trauma center. They need to be triaged to multiple hospitals. We need to avoid overload of the regional hospitals. To transfer the patients to the regional hospitals, yes, by ambulances. For all of the others, like many of the mildly injured, most of the mildly injured patients and most of the moderately injured patients will be transferred remote from that zone. They will be transferred by buses, by helicopters, by aircrafts, or wherever. It depends on the geography of that country. We need many ambulances. So the EMS recruitment will be from other region in the country. Ambulances in that region cannot cope with the number of the injured patients. So we will recruit other ambulances and other personnel of EMS to have part in that very special and extensive mass casualty. The other thing that the standard of care in this situation, my introduction, the standard of care in any mass casualty will not be the same. And here what we are going to have is just to keep the minimal acceptable medical care. We cannot give the maximum medical care for 500 or 800 or 1,000 injured patients. What we are doing here is that we are changing our maybe a little bit ethics, and we are maintaining minimal acceptable medical care. We will transfer most of the patients to other hospitals, and what we'll have in every hospital, when there is a declaration for mega mass casualty, we need a zone or space or place to transfer most of the even stable, severely injured patients to other hospitals. Means that the hospitals in that region will become what we call it a triage hospital. triage hospital. It's not a triage in the emergency room. It's not a triage of the emergency room. It is the entire hospital will move to the mode of triage hospital. What does that mean? Means that we will transfer most of the patient outside the region. If there's somebody that we can discharge, we can discharge. We are not going to do any admission into the hospital, and there is space after the triage, and after we are doing only life-saving procedures. After the life-saving procedures, what we call it the damage control surgeries. After that, all these patients after the surgery also needs to go out that hospital, because there are many other injured patients on the scene. So every hospital in that region will be a triage hospital. Regional, these are the times. The times can change between one country to the other. About the definition of regional and supporting, you can see here the three echelons. Okay, the circle one is the regional, and after the supporting hospitals and national, far away to Delhi or wherever, if something hope not will happen here. So this is a very different kind of organization for MCI. Triage hospital, most of the moderately injured patient and the moderately injured patient and also the mildly injured will be treated in the beginning on the scene and not transferring them to the hospital, and will be transferred after that out of the region to hospitals out of the region. And this is not what we are doing in any regular MCI. We need the command and control, very important. It will be the Supreme Health Authority. The Supreme Health Authority, somebody that sits and can see the whole picture and decide all the decisions for a situation like this. Ministry of Health, I told the IDF, this military, and also the Home Front Command. It is very nice to talk about it. It's very nice to see the numbers. It's very by theory. It's really very interesting. But after what happened in Spain and London and so on, we decided that we need to drill this situation, a situation of mega mass casualty incident. It happened in Haifa. In Haifa, the city that we lived, and Rambam is there, we have 3 hospitals. And this decision was made by the Home Front Command and the Ministry of Health to have a big drill about mega mass casualty situation. And it was a huge collaboration between many authorities. As I mentioned before, decided to have 600 injured patients in a mall, and this was the drill, just to see what we need to change, how to improve, how to train, and so on after every drill. 3 hospitals and all the authorities that were involved on that mega drill. And this was the drill. This is a movie. I will show you the movie, and the movie is in English, so you can understand everything. And the other thing that all these points about the declaration, about how to transfer, evacuate the patient, and so on, you can see it there, and it goes like this. Maybe 5-6 minutes, and that's all. Excuse to double the screen. Full. Okay. The drill was explosion in a mall, very close.
Explosion occurred in a Haifa mall, and the first responders to arrive at the scenes are the policemen, followed immediately by the MADA teams.
EMS on the scene.
The MADA personnel are well prepared to deal with mass casualty events due to the numerous incidents of a similar nature that occurred in this region. Using the protocols that they have been developed, they quickly entered the explosion site and start evaluating the scope of the event and triaging casualties while providing initial care to the severely injured. Additional ambulances arrive at the scene and the teams start taking care of the patients according to the protocols they have been trained to use.
You can see EMS, police.
The MADA scene commanders quickly come to the conclusion that this is a bigger event than they initially thought and report to the regional headquarters that there are many more casualties than first determined. This report is communicated immediately to the national MADA and the Homefront Command headquarters. Following a discussion between the MADA and the Homefront Command chief officers, a mega mass casualty event, MMCE, is declared.
Declaration. The first step.
At this stage, regional as well as national headquarters become involved, and scene command posts are situated on the site. The police is informed and start blocking the routes in order to keep them free for the ambulances getting to and out of the explosion site, as well as evacuating the road to the receiving hospital.
This is the mall.
The severely injured patients are evacuated by ambulances to the nearby hospitals and by Israeli Air Force helicopters to more distant ones. Once the casualties arrive at the hospitals, they are triaged to urgent and non-urgent and referred to the appropriate sites. Documentation is extremely important, and the patient data are registered in a computerized central system.
והיא יציבה כרגע. קיבלה טיפול באיזוקט על ידי דוקטור זלוטניק, היה לה קצת כאבים בחזה, היא יציבה כרגע, נשארת כרגע.
The hospital emergency headquarters is called and takes control of the hospital resources and the patient flow. They contact the Homefront Command in order to assure arrival of transportation for patients needing to be transferred. Following their primary limited care, most patients are taken to the pre-transfer site, a new site which is open due to the circumstances and serves to take care of the casualties prior to the transfer to the next hospital. The transfer is controlled by the Homefront Command headquarters and the Madden National Medical Dispatch Center. It is carried out by ambulances, helicopters, and fixed-wing aircraft from a nearby Air Force base. Due to the complexity of the situation, the Supreme Health Authority, led by the Ministry of Health CEO, IDF Surgeon General, and the HMO Senior Representative is assembled. They receive reports about the current situation and discuss crucial issues that require decision-making to include national blood bank reserves, pediatric ICU bed shortage, and cessation of elective activities in hospitals the following day. The decisions are conveyed to all hospitals and actions are implemented accordingly.
This is the drill, and to summarize it, mega mass casualty incident, the higher authority and command, the communication, the documentation, the mildly injured patient will stay on the scene. The hospitals and at that region will be at triage hospitals, mean that they will perform only life-saving procedures. Most of the patient needs to be transferred out of the region to other hospitals. Thank you so much. Questions? Or no time for a question? Thank you. Yeah, do you have a question? No.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a short tea break, and next session will be our tabletop drill. So we'll come back for the drill, and then we'll break for lunch. So please make it very quick. So we'll break for tea.
ये बोले थे कितना देना पड़ेगा? एंगेजमेंट है? बड़े फोटोग्राफर तो हो नहीं, तुम्हें बताओ चाहिए तो हम बताओ कितना दे देते। 3-6 का रेस्क्यू चलता है तो सभी कोई जान रहा है। यार तो खाली भी बैठे रहोगे, इसे भी 12 कुछ खास तो लगन है नहीं। जिम्बल तो अभी तुम कह रहे हो हम ले लिए हैं, जिम्बल कौन सा महंगा आता है, 20-22 हज़ार रुपये तो जिम्बल आता है यार। मैं नहीं कहूँ 3 में फाइनल करो कर दो, एंगेजमेंट है, ज़्यादा कुछ तो है नहीं, नौटंकी मत बतियाओ। जिम्बल लेके जाओगे तो आपको चला दो, भौकाल बना देगा। हाँ 12 का है, लगन है नहीं, लगन 11 है बस, लास्ट 9 है, 11 है, बाकी तुम्हारी मर्जी, तुम करना चाहो तो बता देना आधे 1 घंटे बाद या शाम को कर दोगे। हाँ 3 में फाइनल करो, ठीक है। और तुम अभी आधे घंटे में क्लियर कर दे रहे हैं कहाँ जाना है। हाँ भी हो गया। हाँ कंफर्म कर दिए। कहाँ पे जाना है बताइए। रामनगर पे जाना है क्या। ये शाम को काम है कि सुबह काम टाइमिंग। चलिए तुम उसको कंफर्म कर देना। चलिए तो एडवांस अपने पास से दे दे उसको कि आप दे रहे हैं। चलो हम उसको अपने पास से कुछ दे दे रहे हैं, उसको ओके कर दे रहे हैं। आप हमें 4000 रुपये दे दीजिए। ठीक है ठीक है।
What I want to do is to show you the power of simulation. We use a lot of simulation when we prepare ourselves for mass casualties. Not only for mass casualty of trauma, but mass casualty of non-conventional threats. Please, I know it's late, I know you are hungry. Let's focus and do it efficiently, please. So, we use simulation for two reasons, or two purposes. One purpose is to train. When everybody knows the doctrine, when everybody knows the protocol, we want to, from time to time, to train them. So we don't do a full-size drill, please. We don't do a full-size drill, we do simulations. And the second purpose, and actually it's the first purpose of simulation, is to plan. If we want to plan, for example, and that's what we are going to plan now, the basic necessities of this hospital in order to provide its power to accept and respond to mass casualty incidents of toxicology. So one way to do it is by simulation. Let's look at the scheme here. This is the emergency room. This is the entrance path. Here is the main entrance to the emergency room. This is the daily trauma beds. They are all occupied for the sake of the simulation. Here there is a vacant area which is used by the hospital in case of mass casualty incident. And here is the outpatient clinic. Okay? So let's start the simulation and do it very slowly. And the purpose of the simulation is to learn. This is not a test. So I will ask questions, deliberate questions, the staff, the nurses and the physicians, but this is not a test. You don't have to know the right answer. The purpose of the simulation is to lead you to think about the problem and look what you need in order to solve the problem. Okay, so the nurse, Pritisin, receives a phone call. And the phone call says there was a car accident between a private car and a tanker leading some chemicals, and there are a lot of patients or victims on the way to the hospital. What is the first thing that you do when you hear this announcement? The first thing.
So, good morning, sir. So first I will ask them about the number of the victims supposed to come and what is the expected time of arrival to our hospital, and is there any BLS or ACLS provider who are providing the help at the scene or not? Is there any healthcare provider or not?
The answer for the questions are there are at least between 50 to 100 victims on the way to the hospital. There was no EMS provider, and they are going to arrive in 15 to 20 minutes. But this was the first thing that you did. What is the second thing that you do when you get this announcement?
So then I have to inform this thing to my medical director because it is a...
I hold it. The first thing that you do is open the checklist. You don't think by your memory, because this is a very, very stressful situation. So we open the checklist. You need to have a checklist, okay? What's written in the checklist? First, you want to announce or notify the...
Yes, I need to notify first the medical director.
The medical director. Yes. What else?
Yes. Then I need to activate the emergency response system of my hospital.
Emergency response. Yes. What will you need? What will you need? You heard what is the situation.
So,
what sources you will need when you admit the patient?
Actually, sir, for activating the system, we are having the CUG SIMs.
Yeah, but let's say it's a
So I
chemical disaster. What sources what resources you will need in the emergency room and in other places?
So if it is a chemical disaster, then first we need a high level of PPE kits.
So you need a PPE, right? You need PPE. What else?
Yes, sir. And then we need the antidotes.
You need antidotes immediately?
Not immediately, sir.
Okay.
Decontaminants.
You need antidotes. What else?
Sir, decontaminants.
Decontamination facility, or where to decontaminate the patient. Decontamination facility. What else?
Then we need to evacuate the bed as per
Exactly. You need place. You have 50 patients, at least 50, between 50 to 100. You need place to put them, right? So where do you want to put these patients, coming patients in 20 minutes? Where on the map you want to put them?
Patient is coming in 20 minutes, so sir, say if all the patient will not come in one way, na, they will come one by one.
They will come very quickly. They will come very quickly.
They will come very quickly. So after decontamination, and we will do the triaging, and then we can put the patient here.
So you want to do the triage where?
Triage at the entrance.
At the entrance. So here you want to put the triage. Okay. And you said something about decontamination?
Yes, sir.
So you want to do the decontamination prior to triage?
So if the patient will, no sir, after triage, because
After
the patient
triage.
is having.
So triage is here. Where will you do the decontamination?
Sir, see here.
Here maybe.
No, sir, it is, see here only in the middle.
Here on the bus?
Yes, sir.
On the bus? You have enough?
In front of our OPD, we are having space. We'll do arrangements for contamination over there.
Here?
Yes, sir. Outside OPD. Yes, sir, that place.
Here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you want theoretically take the patient, triage them, and if they are in critical condition, move them here to triage, and then...
No, before contamination. Good, sir. First the patient will come.
Yes.
We will do the triage.
Yes.
If the patient is immediate, means if it is red, then
Yes.
first we need to stabilize the patient. After
Stabilize the
stabilization
patient.
only we will do the decontamination.
Where do you want to stabilize the patient?
So here.
Here, inside. But this is occupied by the
This
other
is occupied,
patients.
but we are having the beds here and here. So we
Okay,
can.
how many places you have vacant here?
So 6 here and 10 here.
So you have 16,
16.
and I said you are going to anticipate, you have to anticipate that you get between 50 to 100 patients.
But sir, that I think all the patient will not come in the red area. It will be decided after triaging only, sir.
No, they won't be triaged on scene. There is nobody to triage them on scene. They will be rushed to the hospital by the police car, by the
Yes, sir.
rickshaw, whatever.
So that 50 patients, what you are saying, they will be expected to arrive here, na, sir. We will do
Yeah.
the triaging here.
Yeah, but you need place.
I need place. Okay.
You need place. You have outpatient clinic which is fully booked now. It's fully booked now. The outpatient clinic. You have the regular trauma patients here. You have only 16 beds here. What do you need?
So these regular trauma patients will be shifted to treatment wards. We have treatment wards that will be made empty in short duration, and that lobby, outpatient lobby, we can also vacate it in within 10-20 minutes. Sir.
Okay. What do you need to evacuate these places? What do you need to evacuate the emergency room? What do you need to evacuate the outpatient clinic?
So we need to give the information to the trauma nurse coordinator,
Yeah.
and she or he will coordinate accordingly for
But
the
who will
evacuation.
do the evacuation? The security personnel on the outpatient, right?
And doctors and nurses on the trauma side.
Okay, so first of all, the security forces should know in advance that in case of mass casualty incidents of chemicals, they should evacuate immediately. This is their mission in their checklist that they should evacuate the outpatient clinic. Right. Now, secondly, for what purpose do you want to evacuate the outpatient clinic? Who will be the victims that will be transferred to the outpatient clinic?
Green patients.
The green patient.
They are all stable patients.
Stable or green? This is different.
Green patients.
Green patient. It means ambulatory patients ambulatory patient according to triage in chemical disaster, right? So this is the place for the mildly injured patients, green patients. What do you need? What resources you need for these green patients? What resources you need?
So we need a nurse and
Nurse.
And a psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist.
Some food eatings, anything psychological counselor type we need there.
Okay. Now, what resources you need for the severely intoxicated patients here?
So we need the PP kit and all the emergency.
So you
equipment
need PPE. What else?
So and all the emergency A, B, C, D equipment according to A, B, C, airway, breathing, circulation, and according to disability.
Is circulation a problem in chemical intoxication?
We need portable cylinders.
Portable cylinders. You need oxygen.
Portable oxygen cylinders.
And
portable. We have portable ventilators.
And ventilators. Okay. What human resources you need in this area?
We have anesthesists.
You need anesthesiology?
Yeah.
Okay. What else? How many anesthesiologists do you have? How many anesthesiologists do you have?
One for six patients.
You have 24 anesthesiologists?
One physician is permanently stationed in the triage area.
How many? You are going to have here about 50, let's say 50 red patients, intoxicated patients. How many anesthesiologists you have available?
Yes, sir, very ICU calls. We have manpower, sir, at least 10 anesthesiologists.
10?
10 anesthesiologists.
Where are they now?
They are stationed in ICU.
ICU.
One is permanently stationed in triage.
And that's two.
OT and ICU triage.
OT recovery rooms and
ICU
An operation room.
An operation theaters will have a team of 4 to 5.
So how many in operation room?
A team of 4 to 5 anesthetists.
So about 5 in the operating room?
And 2 in post-op recoveries.
Okay, so are the anesthesiologists from the operating room and the intensive care unit, are they available to leave everything and go down to the emergency room?
Yes, sir. They can be called on call.
No, they are busy in the operating room.
Sir, while we were activating our system, sir, we have anesthetists on call. We will inform them and they will be ready beforehand.
Okay, so we need to summon anesthesiologists and other critical assets from home. Okay, so the emergency calling emergency system, the activation of the emergency system should include, of course, calling the anesthesiologist from home. Okay, ventilator we said, okay. Now, the first car arrives to the hospital. Who is the triage officer? Let's say, you stand here. Patients are coming down from the ambulances or from the, not ambulances, from the rickshaw, okay? They are going, walking by, on their foot. What is the method of triage that you do on this patient?
Yeah, just quick triage by just looking at the patient. If he is walking by himself, most likely he will be green patient. So we will tag him as a green and we'll shift him to green area.
So you want to send him to green area, which is here, right?
Yes, it's a different path. It's not through the triage, sir. It's a different.
Okay, it's a different path, but from triage point to leave him here. Is there a possibility to make the triage point here at the entrance of the hospital, and that's why the ambulatory patients will not block the entrance to the emergency room? It means maybe you should think to put the triage officer here, and not at the entrance.
Okay, sir.
Because then you can divert the green ones
Directly.
to the clinic.
That will be.
This is simulation.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
So, if this is a child that is walking on his feet, this is not this is a pediatric victim, and he's walking. Where do you want him to be, in which area of the hospital?
Pediatric patients, we usually upgrade them, so maybe he will be shifted to yellow area.
Okay, and if he came alone, no parents, no somebody with him?
So we will be person to accompany him.
Okay,
Maybe
so you need a social worker or some. This is a resource, right?
Yeah.
You need
during
to plan for social workers to take care of children. Okay. Next, now we have a patient arriving. Your triage, the triage moved from here to the entrance.
Yeah.
The triage is here now.
Yes.
And now we have a patient arriving. He's gasping. Almost no breathing. Is all over blue, and he smells much a very offense smell. Yeah. So what do you do with him?
First of all, he will be given red mark.
Red mark.
He will be shifted to red area directly.
So he'll go here. And what will the nurse do when the patient arrives here? The first thing that the nurse do when the patient arrives here.
We'll assess the respiratory status of the patient, and after that, if patient is you already said the patient is gasping, so
Yeah.
we'll prepare for the intubation.
What about blood pressure?
Yes, vitals. After
You take the vital signs?
Yes, before checking. First, we'll check the vitals. ATL.
The monitor. And
You want to connect him to the monitor? The patient is blue. He's gasping. To the morgue. Okay. If we are overwhelmed, I agree with you. If the hospital is overwhelmed, we won't treat him because we don't want to lead resources on this agonizing patient. But this is the start, at the beginning of the event. There are only 2 patients in the hospital. So it's still, we have enough resources to treat him. And the immediate thing that you should do with such a patient is intubate him. If you take his blood pressure, and his blood pressure is 80/60, and his heart rate is 50, what do secure airway?
Circulation. Patient is in hyperventilating.
Okay, so secure airway, it means intubation, most probably. Ventilate the patient and give them oxygen. That's the main purpose of this point. This is the staff that works here in this area. What about the safety of the staff? How do we keep the safety of the staff?
They'll keep PPE.
They'll use PPE.
Yes.
They'll use PPE. What is one of the main problem when you wear a mask using a PPE?
Vaporization.
It's difficult to breathe and there is fog.
Difficult to breathe. It depends on the mask. There are proper masks that doesn't interfere with your breath. But you have some disadvantage when you use masks. And this is speaking or communicating. You can't communicate with your colleague, with the physician or with the nurse when you wear a mask. That's why when you are here, you should train your staff to work automatically. It means, what do you need? You need intubation. You don't have to ask for a tube. You don't have to ask for a bag or for a string. Okay? That's why in this place you always put the highly professional nurses and the highly professional physicians, because there is a problem of communication. The second thing is that I suggest, and I saw it yesterday very nicely, that there is a nurse who stands a little bit behind, and she overview the situation, and if something is needed, she will bring it to you, if something is lacking.
Which nurse is it? Is it the trauma coordinator?
It might be the trauma coordinator.
In our setting it is trauma coordinator, but it should be like a circulating nurse, rotating, especially in rotating nurse, but in our setting it is present.
Okay, now, we've admitted already one question I asked, I forgot to ask.
Yes.
What is your protection here in the triage point? How do you, what about your safety?
The person who is working there, including triage officer, they will be all equipped with PPE kit.
So you're using PPE. What are the component, the most important component for you in the triage of PPE? The component of PPE.
The most important one is the mask and gloves.
The mask and gloves.
Yeah.
And
for eye protection, goggles for eye protection.
Yeah, no, the mask is a face mask, it protects the eyes as well. Okay, very good. Now, what else you need here, near the triage point, to effectively and rapidly move the patients to the red zone or to the green zone? What do you need? You need stretchers. Where do you put the stretchers? You put the stretchers here, okay? What do you need except from stretchers?
Stretcher barriers.
Manpower, stretcher barriers. So you have to have the stretcher barriers here. What kind of safety precautions do they have?
They also will be wearing PPE.
PPE. So they should know how to use PPE. They should be trained in advance, at least once a year, how to use PPE. Okay? So what do they do with the stretcher when they finish bringing the patient here? Do they leave the stretcher here and take a clean one back or not?
They will transfer the patient to the stretcher which is already allocated over there.
Okay, and what do they do with the clean one?
They will, the stretcher wearer will bring the stretcher and will transfer that patient from the old stretcher to the
okay, so and what way do they come back?
We have to change this. No, they will go back to another area, sir.
So they should not block this pass.
Yes.
This is a vital pass. They can't walk both ways in this pass, right? So they have to know that they will have to go like this.
Yes, to dispose this.
So everybody should know, everybody who can be a stretcher carrier should know that the principles, first of all, that he needs to wear PPE. Secondly, that he should go either to the red zone or the green zone. He should know, we should know what is the green zone, or where is the green zone, and then he should know that he returns in other place, through other paths, right? Okay. The nurses helped the physician to do the intubation. Now the patient is intubated. What is the next step?
After intubation, when the airway is intact, we will proceed with the primary survey according to ATLS and breathing, circulation, disability and everything.
Okay. Before you do primary survey, is there something that you can do to make your life easier? Decontamination, who said? Right, exactly. Following, securing the airway. You ventilate the patient, and you succeeded to connect him to the monitor, and you see that the saturation is okay. Now it's the time to decontaminate the patient. Where do you do decontamination?
Same place.
Of these patients?
They are only
in the same place, on the same bed.
Yes,
so what is the first thing that you do when you decontaminate the patient?
Put off all the clothes.
Put off all his clothes. And what do you do with the clothes?
We'll pack them in the blue polythene.
You bag them. You double bag them.
Double bag them.
You double bag them. So you need bags.
Bags, yes.
And how you mark the bags?
With my label, the patient.
With a
and-
label. With the label
Patient and
both on the
bag.
patient, so you need labels.
Same label, yes.
Right? Okay. The patient is anonymous. We don't know about him anything. So do you take picture now or not, as is done in mass casualty of trauma?
It is needed. It is needed.
It can be now. It's not an urgent. What do you do next following decontamination here? Now the patient is clean. What can you do with this clean patient?
If the primary survey and primary resuscitation has been done,
Has not been done. No, not yet.
Then we will proceed according to primary.
So you want to stay here and do primary survey, right?
Yeah, initial resuscitation along with intubation. If he is having chest injury or any sorts of other injury, then the primary resuscitation will be done here only.
Two things. One, it's not so simple to do primary survey or secondary survey when you wear personal protective equipment, because the mask disturbs you. You can't touch the pulse with the gloves. You can't do you don't see well, you don't hear well. So it might be an idea to move the patient from this contaminated, so-called contaminated area to a clean area. And in the clean area, the nurse doesn't wear any personal protective equipment, the physician doesn't wear any protective equipment, and you can do the primary survey here. That's one thing. The second thing, this is the area that is dedicated to respiratory stabilization. So you need it vacant. If you start doing primary survey or secondary survey, the patient will stay here at least 15 to 20 minutes more. And you are going to admit another one. You need place for him. So you need to move him from the red zone to the yellow zone, maybe, because now he's stabilized. Okay, so he's non-ambulatory, stabilized patient, no respiratory problem, because you have secured his airway and ventilate him. You can move him to the yellow area. So you should define where is the yellow area in your hospital and move the patient following decontamination and airway stabilization exactly to the yellow area. Okay? Now is the problem of antidotes. Still now, all we did is treating the patient empirically. We don't know if there is an antidote for this patient, for this toxin or not, because we don't know which toxin it is. What do you want to do in order to know which toxin it is?
We'll get the sample before when the airway and breathing has been established. We may get the sample of the initial patients so that we can know the.
So you want to send sample to the laboratory? You want to try to find it from the scene?
From the order, and we can get some clues about which poison is there.
Okay, so clues is clinical clues.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, but if you don't have clinical clues, it's respiratory irritation and suffocation. This is burns on skin. In few patients there are burns, and especially there is a very severe injury to the eyes. Does it give you any clue which toxin it is? No. So, somebody said something from the scene. Yeah? Okay.
At the incident point, NDRF has the equipment of gas alert microfile. From NDRF has equipment gas alert microfile Now that from that equipment, gas alert microfibe, we can easily detect which type of gas is present, and we can inform hospital also, sir.
Yeah, but you do it on scene, not in the hospital.
Yes, sir. We are present at crime incident scene.
And if the hospital wants to speak with you, how do they do it?
So there is a EOC from district level, emergency operations center. We can communicate any hospital.
Okay, so that's a critical point. The knowledge or the know-how, what is the toxin, is most probably in the profession by the professional on scene, not in the hospital. Maybe sometimes we are lucky, but it would be very, very scarce point situation that there is a clinical clue because of the organic nerve agents, common toxidrome, but this is not. So one thing is to call the
NDRF people.
NDRF, but who calls them? The physician?
No, sir.
The nurse? The nurse who was priorly notified, she is busy. She is busy. Who calls the NDRF?
So we can get the information through the control and command. Because there is
Command and control. Part of your emergency activation system is erecting the command and control center. And part of his checklist should be to call the NDRF and ask for clues about or not clues, diagnosis of the toxin. For example, the NDRF says to you, this is a tanker, and there was a placard on the tanker, and the number is 1005.
From that placard, we can easily detect that which UN number is there, and we can take help of mobile, the ERG, Emergency Response Guidebook.
The yellow book?
Yes, yellow book. It works offline also.
Oh.
There is no need of internet. From that guide, we can easily check what are the...
So you have checked what is 1005, and what did you find?
Yes.
What did you find? You want to check it?
Yes.
Okay. Meanwhile, what do we do? You are in charge of this area. What will you do with the patients that arrive here?
So that arrived in green zone.
In the outpatient clinic,
So-
which is the green zone.
Okay, sir. So we will do the decontamination for that patient also.
How do you do the decontamination for these patients?
So by showering them
Showering
and
them.
removing the cloths. First we will remove the cloths and we can do the showering.
First of all, remove the clothes. And if you remove the clothes, you should give them one, privacy. How do you do privacy?
So we can use the screens. We are having
Screens. Do you need
portable
screens? So you have to prepare screens in advance.
We are having the portable
Yeah,
screen.
okay. Secondly, what do you need to give them before they undress? Bags.
Hospital
Bags.
clothes and
Bags
bag
to put the, okay. And the third, you have to give them hospital dress. Very good. What do you give them with bags?
tags.
The tags, right. So here you have this is a very noisy place, most probably, but very clear and not sophisticated work here. The main work is going to be here. This is the main challenge, and of course the triage. Now, all this place, now we are 30 minutes later, all this place means the red zone and the yellow zone and the green zone, especially the red and the yellow, are full. What will you do now?
For more beds in So we are having area in the radiology department. So we are having a hall in the radiology department.
Yeah.
In that area, we can afford, we can
So we will do retracing, and if possible, we can shift some yellow patient to the green area and red area patient to yellow area.
Okay, so sometimes, and it happens, not so fast, but it happens, that yellow area patient can go to the green area. It happens usually when you give antidotes in time. If you don't give antidote, the patient who arrives as red will stay in yellow, most probably. They will not recover so quickly. So you need places for yellow patients. Where do you put them?
These patients will be admitted under the respective consultants.
Means to the empty or vacant beds in the ward?
To say that these patients can go to treatment ward.
Okay, treatment ward. For example, what are the wards that are suitable for yellow patients? Yes, patients, I remind you, are those who are non-ambulatory, needs oxygen, or non-ambulatory and needs oxygen and ventilation. So part of them are ventilated, and part of them needs oxygen and scrutiny.
Sir, we are having treatment ward where oxygen and ventilator both are available, so we can shift these yellow patients to our treatment ward. Then
Okay.
yellow part will be.
So the main effort is to vacate this yellow area, because this is the place that you can move red patients and make vacancy in the critical red area. Okay. What is the 1005?
So this is ammonia anhydrous.
Anhydrous ammonia. Is there an antidote for ammonia? Who can give you the answer for that? Who can give you the answer whether there is an antidote for ammonia or not? Do you have a toxicologist in the hospital?
Yeah, we have toxicologist. We will consult him.
So you have to consult with the toxicologist.
Yeah.
Now, if we are dealing with a toxicology mass casualty incidents, part of the checklist should be to activate and summon the toxicologist.
Yes.
Because you'll need to consult with him.
Yeah. Anytime we may.
Definitely. Okay, so he should be here already.
Yes.
So there is no antidote for ammonia. The treatment for ammonia is washing the eyes, giving respiratory assistant oxygen, and wait for complications like pulmonary edema and pulmonary infection, the secondary pulmonary infection. So in that case, we have finished admitting the patients. We don't have enough place anymore in the hospital. No place. Everything is occupied. There is no place to put any more patients. There are at least 50 more severely intoxicated patients on way to the hospital. What will you do?
We should activate the surrounding hospital and hospital.
Exactly. The command and control should ask for places in other hospitals.
And then we should gradually start shifting them also.
And you have to prepare those who will arrive to the other hospitals. How will you prepare those who arrive to be moved to other hospitals? What is necessary to do for them before we transfer them to the other hospitals?
By triaging.
We have.
By triaging. So by triaging, first we will triage them that which grade they are.
Retriage them, okay.
Then we'll shift them.
They are severely intoxicated.
Yeah.
What will you do before you move them to other hospitals? Stabilize them,
Yeah. And then
secure the airway, ventilate them, decontaminate them. Okay? That's why the life of the vehicles, the transfer vehicles would be easier. They won't need personal protective equipment to move, to relocate the patient, of course, because they are already decontaminated by you. And if you decontaminate the patient, you don't need
PPE kit for everyone.
Okay, PPE for everyone. So this is a short simulation. Now, what we have learned from the simulation, we have learned that we need a lot of resources to have available both in the emergency room and in the green zone and in the yellow zone. And we need to train the stretcher barrier how to use PPE, and we need to train the stretcher barrier to know that there is an alternative pathway to return the stretchers. Okay? Now, you as a hospital have to decide whether you want to wash these patients, to decontaminate this patient by water, for example, in case of nerve agent intoxication. They all should be decontaminated with water. You won't, יש לי בדיוק. You won't do it on beds. You will use showers. So you may prepare your showers here in advance and activate them. Is it urgent to activate the showers? No. We have solution how to decontaminate patients here, which are the most important patients. We have solution how to decontaminate these patients, undress them, and give them clean clothes. These showers here would be activated late and can be used to shower these patients, for example, just for the case of being sure. But this is not urgent. Questions?
Only question was that what you said that after establishing airway, we have to shift the patient to another area to make the red area empty. That is very good idea, but the problem is we have to activate another at the same time another team, every resources will be utilized more. If we are having less resources, then what else can be done there?
If you have less resources, you can do the best you can do. That's the law. That's the law. You can do whatever you can do, the best with what we have.
Yes.
Okay? The main thing or the main lesson is that you should have a plan, you should have a checklist. Everybody in the hospital should know what his mission, his personal mission, and what he needs in order to provide this mission. Thank you very much.
As you said that already all the areas are full.
Yeah.
And we are receiving more patients.
Yeah.
For them we will do the referral.
Yeah.
But before referral we have to decontaminate them and
Yeah.
stabilize them.
Yeah.
So where then we will do the stabilization if already we are full?
One solution is to take this area, for example, do the intubation, decontamination here, and take them out.
Okay, sir.
But you will look at your hospital and decide where to do it. That's your hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have reached to the conclusion of our 3-day Indo-Israel trauma course and mass casualty scenario. We have participants and we would like to give our token of appreciation to all those participants. So first of all, I would like to invite Gila on the stage. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Gopal Jalwal. He is Assistant Professor, AIMS Bhatinda. Sir, please come on the stage. Now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Rajshekhar Mohan. He is Professor AIMS, Mangalagiri. Next comes our trauma nursing coordinator. They are very hardworking and they run the whole trauma center. So first of all, I would like to call on stage Anshu. Next comes Preeti. Next comes Jitender. Now I would like to call Mohammad Rafiq. Big round of applause. Sunita Yadav. Jyoti. Natraj, do we have Natraj here? Mehtish, Pramod, मुझे पता आप सब लोग को बहुत भूख लगी हुई है. Just bear for some few minutes. Bajrang, Surya, Asha, Pratibha, Ravidat, Manisha, Sunil, Pratibha, Thank you, Gila. Now I would like to invite Dr. Leon. Please come on the stage. And this token of appreciation is for National Disaster Relief Forces who put a grand show. Please great round of applause for them. First of all, I would like to call Dr. Pankaj Gaurav. Bijoy Kumar Das. R.B. Gautam. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta. Mr. Indradev Kumar.
करो हाँ? ठीक है ठीक ठीक है
Indradev Kumar.
ये चुप है ट्रामा सेंटर नहीं कर रहा
Inspector Nilesh.
अच्छा सुनते रहिए
Mr. Shashi Shekhar Rai.
जरूर
Mr. Abhishek Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Leon. Next, I would like to invite my Professor Michael Herberthal. So this token of appreciation is for the doctors who have joined us from the district hospitals. We really appreciate the time you have put in and the efforts you have given. So I would like to call upon stage Dr. Atul Kumar Singh. Those who have joined, doctors who have joined us from the district hospital. Dr. Shri Prakash Singh. Dr. Brijesh Kumar. Dr. Satyendra Kumar Singh, Dr. Abhishek Rai, Dr. Chandra Prakash Singh, Dr. Chandra Prakash Singh, Dr. R.K. Singh, Dr. Krishna Mohan Gupta, Dr. R.K. Singh, Dr. Krishna Mohan Gupta, Dr. A.C. Dubey, Dr. Ravi Prakash, Dr. Akhilesh Singh, Mrs. Priya Rai, Mrs. Shashi Lata Patel, Mrs. Shashikala Patel, Mrs. Neelam Moya, Dr. Satya Prakash Modawan, Dr. Rashid Murad, Neelam Moria, Rashid Murad, thank you, sir. I just want to say a few things. It is from me. Whenever we had a meeting with Gila and she asked for something to incorporate, and I always said, "Ho jayega. We'll be able to do it." Why? Because we had the belief in the person who runs this trauma center and who is the force behind this workshop, the positive source of energy who run this trauma center. I would like to call upon stage Professor Saurabh Singh sir, Professor in charge Trauma Center, to say a few words.
I just say one word: thank you, and thank you. And I will call Guy Caspi. Please be here. Just a token of appreciation for you.
Dr. Henny, please come on the stage and accept our deepest love and token of appreciation. Gila, the defibrillator.
Let this opportunity goes to Dr. Pervez.
Professor Miki. And the one who has joined us for the first time, but I hope it is not the last time, Dr. Leon. I thank you everyone who has been very patient, and I appreciate your efforts, and thank you. Now we'll rise for the national anthem for both the countries. Please be in the position. For the Indian national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात
Thank you everyone, thank you. Now the final moment to fill our stomach.
Just proceed for a lunch please. हम लोग सोचते हैं कि हम लोगों ने कुछ सीखा और अगर हम लोग की ओर से कोई गलती हो गई तो माफ कीजिएगा सब लोग. थैंक यू.
Participants, I request please stay at your positions. We are taking a group photo. Please close in everyone, wherever you find a place.